Welcome back to Winds of Change. I think we're almost past the first chapter. Amazing. I know it's been taking me 5,000 years to get there, but I think we're almost there. Oh, I just want you to go into it. There we go. So we're going into Rebel HQ now. Okay, that sounds good to me. I can front the bill. Just have them send the invoice to me. Cause that's fucking still dirt cheap. Here, I'm gonna give you this. You can provide that to them. For PayPal. You're making it 3? Oh my god, that sounds amazing, Jiro. Please share. Please. Welcome back, Ridley. I know, right? Pumpkin, right? Actually, there are other kitties in the chat. Menti's a cat. Oh, they do? Okay, just send me their stuff then. You send me their stuff, I can handle it. All right, but yes, let's get back into this. So we're going into Rebel HQ, by the way. Also, yes, Dark is here too, and Dark is Kitty as well. I believe we just need to inspect. There are torches lining the tunnels, freshly lit. It must require a lot of maintenance to keep these tunnels accessible. I'd hate to be down here when these torches die out. Sounds terrifying. Thankfully, they don't seem to be at any risk of fading away. We could stay down here for a while without any worry. However, that doesn't seem to be on any of our agendas. I can see a makeshift doorway at the end of the tunnels. That must be the entrance to Rebels HQ, finally. It's a bit far away, but I'm glad it's actually in sight.
What's the matter? Are your legs sore?
No, not at all. I'm just running out of breath. Is it a little stuffy down here, or...?
Yeah, it is. Don't worry. You get used to it. A small price to pay for privacy, if you ask me.
Right.
No worries, Ridley. Enjoy unpacking, as fun as that can and can't be. Okay, so I want to say we've probably done everything on the... Oh, hold on. No. The wooden panels on the floor are almost acting like pavement. However, it's only a bit more comfortable than the actual floor would be. It's seemingly more than aesthetic purposes than anything regarding comfort. Drops of humidity and moisture hit the wooden panels, making them split. It looks like they've been here for a while, with clear signs of erosion. With what I know, I'd say that these tunnels are almost 20 years old.
Hey, Valessa, watch your step.
Huh?
There's a bit of a bump here. I almost tripped.
Don't worry. I'll be fine.
A few moments later, she trips. It was a clear sign that she disregarded his warning. He laughs and keeps walking ahead, highly amused.
Let's not talk about this.
I believe I did. It's through PayPal. It's really weird when you try to set it up right, because it like takes it to a different, like it takes you to the site you're choosing for your payment method, and it's a little wonky, but yeah, it should work. You just have to finagle with it. I think I was using Opera. Really? That's dumb. As soon as we exit the tunnels, it's immediately easier to breathe. Thank you, Menti. Sunlight pierces through the ceiling. with the surface in sight. Those tunnels must have started low and worked their way up. However, the exposure to the surface doesn't compromise our privacy. There's no way anybody would find this place unless they knew about it. And from what I could tell, only a select few did, so we were perfectly safe.
Ah, home sweet home. I'd like to welcome you all to our new HQ. It took some coercing with the mayor, but it's ours.
Wow, this place is incredible. And the Honor Guard built all of it?
Essentially, yeah. With a few finishing touches by ourselves, this is what they've been working on for 20 years.
That's crazy. All of those weapons, too. It's almost like they made it just for us.
We can dream, but I doubt it. Hey, Ulrich, Pro, can you show them around?
He motions toward Valessa and Fortem.
Sure.
You got it, boss.
Pro is being overly polite, likely to make it up to Domek. He sneers at Pro in reply, still a little upset at his slight delay. However, moments later, they all leave the room together. Domek turns to face me, with just the two of us in the lobby. A few rebels run from room to room, going about their business. I can tell from the way that they move that they don't want to disturb us.
Well, what do you think? This is it. This is our home.
Our home? You want to move in together already?
What? No, that's not... You know what I meant, Ceres.
Look at that face. He smiles and shuffles in place.
Well, time to start the grand tour. Let's see, where should we go first?
He places a hand on his chin, losing himself in thought.
Ah, of course. The library and the barracks.
Hey Deagle, how are you? He points to two of the nearby doors.
The library is great for studying, and the barracks, that's for socializing. You'll definitely want to meet your new allies. So, let's start with those. After that, we can go to your personal quarters. That's right, all of you are getting your own rooms.
Ooh. My own room. That was pretty impressive. The place must go deeper than I thought. I nod and smile as I start to follow Domek. We were finally here. I felt like I could relax now. The entire journey has just been one thing after another. But now I can rest and have privacy? I'll never take it for granted again. Oh. The library and the barracks are accessible through this area. Use the map icon by the two doors to navigate to these optional areas. To move to your personal quarters, you must return to the region map. Oh, how interesting. Okay. Let's see. These doors are blocked by countless crates and supplies. I guess there's nothing of purpose behind these doors. It seems that only the library and barracks are important. However, Domek also mentioned the crew quarters and war table. One of the doors in this massive room must lead deeper inside. I almost had a hard time believing these suits of armor made this. There's a rack full of swords almost in pristine condition. Domek was right, the Honor Guard really left them everything. This place is a fortress and their army is much larger than I thought. The light piercing through the ceiling. The slight exposure to the surface makes it feel less stuffy. It's easier to breathe here, and everybody seems happy about that. However, the light illuminating the dust lining almost everything. We can even see the dust permeating the air. That's kind of gross. With every breath I take, I'm worried I might breathe some in. No worries. All right, so I'm guessing that's the barracks. Let's head to the barracks first. Yum yum dust, right? Hey, listen, it makes you listen, it builds your immunity, all right? It builds your immunity. We enter the barracks and Dominic quickly looks around. There's a bunch of rebels practicing with swords. These training dummies seem to get a lot of use.
Well, this is basically our training room. It's a great place to socialize as well. I'd consider it our main hub, actually. If you can't find a comrade, they're probably in here. There's a bunch of seats at the back for when we eat meals. I guess that makes it a bit of a cafeteria too, doesn't it?
That would, yes.
Anyway, there's not much more to say. Make use of this room at your leisure. I'll meet you back outside when you're ready.
He makes his way back to the main hall. I stand and watch the rebels practice their swordplay. There are so many of them. That really was a sizable army. In this room, you can re-watch all previous party banter. It's great to revisit content without moving through a ton of old areas. Click the letters for a list of which party banter is located in which grid spot. Oh wow. Huh. That's actually really cool that you can like watch all this, even though I've technically seen it all, so I really don't need to do it again. It's still impressive that they have this as an ability, so I don't have to keep going back. I wouldn't be surprised, Eagle, to be honest. Gosh, that's really cool, actually. Was there other stuff okay, so I can use the barracks just to look at stuff, okay. Yes, let's go to the library. Also, hello, Noisy. Welcome on in. As we enter the library, Dominic rushes forward. He closes a few books and tidies the room as I catch up.
Terribly sorry about the mess. It was impolite of me to leave it this way.
After a few more moments, he stops cleaning up. It didn't really bother me. He's just trying to make a good impression.
Well, there's not much to say about the library. As the dust would show, it doesn't get much use. But you'll find books here on pretty much everything. It's a great place to brush up on stuff you might be rusty on. It has a decent collection too. If it's out there, it's probably in here. Feel free to use it at your leisure. It's quite peaceful.
He smiles, and he makes his way back to the main landing. This place is pretty big. I'm surprised they have so many books. It's almost a shame that they don't get much use. Maybe I can change that. The Rebels HQ library contains every book you've read on your journey. Brush up on knowledge and check on the status of your collection. It's a great way to read books without revisiting older areas. I've missed books. I've missed books. Either I've missed books or these are books to come, but one has been missed, and that upsets me. All right, personal quarters. We enter my personal quarters after a small trek through the HQ. Also, Genkaze, hi! It's larger than I thought it would be. The bed as well. It's quite big. There isn't much of a tour to be had, so Dominic sighs in relief.
Well, that about ends the tour. After this, it's just the crew quarters and the war table. I imagine this is where you'll spend most of your spare time.
He walks to the back of the room and inspects the shelf on the wall. Moving books and papers aside, he seems a bit sad.
This room belonged to Shane. He was dear to me. I sent him on a dangerous mission to the Triumvirate's castle. He's been gone for a while, but I know he'll be back. I can feel it.
Oh.
So try not to get too comfortable, alright? This is just where you'll stay in the meantime. I wouldn't want Shane to think I forgot about him.
Oh. I nod. That makes perfect sense. But I wonder why he was inspecting the shelf. He stopped empty-handed, though he didn't find what he wanted. Also, hello, Cuddly. How are you?
You deserve a lot of rest, at least for today. Just follow me for a little bit longer. We're almost done. I'll show you where your comrades are staying.
Are you sure you don't want to spend some time alone first?
Oh, we should actually get things moving. I'll meet you outside, CRS.
He's so shy. He walks back towards the door and waits outside. I guess it was time to finish this tour, finally. The crew quarters was our next stop. There's a table lined with pretty much everything I'd need. It seemed like this room was equipped with stuff for a long stay. However, something told me I wouldn't get to make much use of it. My training regimen would likely be intense. Early to rise and late to sleep, I could tell. There's a bunch of scrolls and books atop of this shelf. They must have belonged to the previous owner, Shane. As Dominic mentioned, this used to be his quarters. A bit odd to give them away if he's still alive, though. After investigating a bit more, I find his journal. The last entry is regarding his upcoming mission.
Shane's journal. Dominic has tasked me with something risky, but I know I can pull it off. I'd never let him down, and I truly owe him my life. He wants me to get caught on purpose. I know, it sounds stupid, but if I can get behind enemy lines, my insight could be invaluable. We know a lot about their castle, but we still know next to nothing about the Triumvirate themselves, let alone the forces of the Inquisition. This is my chance to expose them. So many questions, finally answered. I'll have to brush up on my acting and make it look like I'm actually getting caught. That'll require some planning, but I'll make sure that it seems natural. They'll likely starve me, or torture me, or worse. But I'll endure it. It's nothing new to me. I've endured it all in the past before Dominic saved me and took me in. I'll survive it again for our cause, and for him. All for him.
Oh.
Shane.
So it seems like they're really, really close to each other. So I'm really worried about this whole issue with frickin' Sophie getting into Shane's head. So he was scared, but loyal to Dominic. Good thing Dominic isn't the type to take advantage of that. I'm sure Shane would carry out his goal just fine. Definitely. Why are there candles so close to the bed? I can understand wanting to be warm, but fire hazard much? Maybe I'd blow them out if things got too concerning. After exiting my room, he takes me to a large hallway. At the edge of it is a grand door, surely leading somewhere important. Lining the sides are smaller doors. I assume they lead to more private rooms.
That door right there leads to the war table. That's the end of this tour. It's where things start. I'll go over our battle plan and give you an itinerary. Your training will commence tomorrow. I can't believe this is finally happening. It almost feels like a dream, you know.
He let out a nervous laugh before turning to face the large door.
Well, these doors on the side lead you to your comrades' rooms. Valessa and Fortame have been given personal rooms just like you. My quarters are here as well if you'd like to come spend time with me. I'm going to make a quick stop in my room, actually. After that, I'll meet you at the war table, alright? Take some time to unwind. You really deserve it.
Thank you for the pets, Azrael, and ow! And he goes, ow.
It's been a pleasure, CRS.
With a smile, he walks off to one of the side rooms. I guess that's the one I'd go to if I wanted to see him. With some long-awaited free time, it might be a good idea. However, I should make sure to spend it wisely. As soon as I met him at the war table, things would begin. Something told me that nothing would be easy moving forward. Use the region map to move to the war table and continue the story. For now, feel free to roam the world and access content at your leisure. Every unlocked character has a heart-to-heart in their crew headquarters. Oh my gosh, it's really— oh. This is a person I've not met yet. But I love how they have this positioned, where we know where everyone is. This is very cute. Alright, let's have a heart-to-heart with Valessa first. Yes. I enter Valessa's room and see her pacing around. She looks like she's in deep thought, so I clear my throat. It was enough to get her attention, and she turns to me with a smile.
Oh, hey, Cirrus. I was just thinking about stuff. So much has happened since we got here. Remember what we talked about last time? Whether or not we should be open with the people? I was worried they'd use us to their own ends. The ability to foresee the future and change it? That's too powerful. People would pay almost any price. I'm glad you shared the same opinion. We can't tell the people. You're so important to this mission, Cirrus. We can't have people vying for your skill and attention, especially if they resort to stuff like kidnapping or bribing. Sorry to sound so scary, but it's a real possibility. That's why it's probably best for us to remain anonymous. However, I have a feeling we can't stay that way forever. Domik is wasting no time telling everybody who we are. It's only a matter of time until word spreads to the rest of Mazeo. We'll need to come up with some kind of system, or something. Our main cause is helping Domik and the rebellion. But when people hear who you are and come for help, what should we do then? Honestly, I'm at a loss. Maybe I'll talk to him and see what he says. It's possible that I'm just being paranoid, right? But everyone says that Mazeans can be ruthless. I just want to help people and ensure your safety. There must be a way to do both, and I know I'll find it. Let's change the subject. This is really stressing me out.
She smiles yet gives off concern at the same time. It's good that she was thinking about this kind of stuff. Remaining resolute in these circumstances was admirable.
This HQ is a pretty nice place, huh? I'm surprised that those suits of armor built this. Look, there's a bed here. Why would they need that? Domik says they want to live again, but there must be more to it than that. It's so intricate and clearly built for an army. I really think they wanted to help us out. That's why they built this place the way it is. They must have known what was going to happen. But that also means they're defying the Triumvirate. What if we could use their own honor guard against them? Though, to be honest, I still feel a bit hesitant using that term. After what they've done to us, there's no honor left to protect. They've condemned the souls of so many victims to servitude. I guess it was only a matter of time before they rebelled too.
She sighs and sits down on the bed. I slowly walk over and sit down beside her.
Look at me. All business as usual. Maybe people are right. Maybe I need to unwind. Life can't be any fun if you never take a break, right? Together? Yeah, I can do that. I wouldn't know where to start. There's so much on my to-do list. I guess I should start from the top, huh?
She motions to the table. There's a bottle of wine on it. God, I'm gonna get fucking drunk tonight with these characters.
Fortum has been bugging me about this for a while. I guess a drink or two will do plenty to help me unwind. Want to keep me company? It's better than staying alone.
I nod and we move from the bed to the table. She pops open the bottle and pours each of us a glass. However, she doesn't sip. She seems hesitant.
Shouldn't we have a toast or something? I mean, we're supposed to drink for a cause, right? I'm new to this, so I'll let you do the honors, Cirrus.
Here's to being good friends. Here's to us together. Here is to a brighter future. All of us. Said I was gonna be flirty, so I'm gonna be flirty.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
We each take a sip and begin to while away the hours. I help get her mind off of work and we talk for a long time. After that, I see myself back to the crew quarters happy. Boy, it's gonna be a night. I enter Fortem's room and see him sitting at the table. He's engrossed in a book. It's almost like he's studying. I take a few steps forward and announce my presence to him.
Oh, hey there! You might want to read this, Cirrus. I was just looking up how to save Valenorth.
That's right, he wants to reconnect Valinor to the spirit realm. Without the power from their idol, Valinor would freeze over. Also, hello, Glorious, how you doing? At least that's what we thought. His next word surprised me.
Current scholars are losing faith in the spirit realm. They call our reliance on the spirit idols a superstition. Without them, they say the world would be exactly the same.
How are you doing, by the way, Glorious?
I disregarded it at first, but then I thought about it. Valenorth's idol has been dim for over 20 years now. Have you noticed it get colder at all? I sure haven't. But one conclusion just brings up a million more mysteries. If they aren't giving energy to the land, what are they doing? Is there some purpose to the spirit realm that we don't know? I mean, I like this hypothesis, I truly do. Forgive my blasphemy, but just hear me out. If the idol isn't important, then Valenorth is fine. That means we don't need to worry about it freezing over. It just brings about a new question. What are the idols? We know that they create seers, but what about the idol here?
Ruru, thank you for the pets as well.
And what about the idol in Alarinthia that the Triumvirate destroyed? They expect us to believe that Alarinthia was always meant to be a desert? I was told that the destruction of their idol caused it to become lifeless. Either way, more studying is required, but I'm starting to think outside the box. I like that. It's almost like Valenorth was guiding our thoughts, you know? Go against the spirits and you're seen as evil or crazy, but out here, that's normal. It allows people to get more creative. I've seen a bunch of new theories about our world, and the spirits. Anyway.
He smiles and stands up from the table. It looks like he's been keeping himself busy.
We have something important to talk about. I spoke to Pro, and he gave me some spending money. So next time I get the chance, I'm buying that climbing gear. And I expect you to become my apprentice, Cirrus. I'll show you the ropes, and then we'll climb the Grand Tree. Hopefully we have time for one last trip before the final battle.
Oh, hell yeah, Glorious. That's awesome. You must be extremely excited, and I'm doing well. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. He runs up to me and gives me a tight hug.
It might be a good idea for another date, too. A bit more private than Mazeo's town square. If we can make it to the top, that is. I sure hope so.
Welcome back, Calico.
I just haven't had much time to practice my climbing. I hope I'm not rusty when the time comes. That'd suck. Climbing the Grand Tree has always been my life's goal. The first time I attempt it, I want to make sure I succeed. And they say the best way to learn is to teach somebody else. So you better prepare for some rigorous training. We're doing this.
teleports him. Hell yeah. It seems like he's not about to take no for an answer.
No, sorry. My mind is all over the place. Thanks for coming to visit me, Cirrus. It means a lot. It really does. I guess you better head back to Domic. Isn't he waiting for you in the war room or something? At least, that's what I heard. He sure loves to work.
He smiles and then takes steps back towards the table. But before he gets there, he stops in his tracks and turns around. He really was scatterbrained today, wasn't he? Is everything okay?
There's one more thing I wanted to ask you. I just forgot. Or maybe I was too embarrassed. Remember what Domic said about the Honor Guard? They're powered by the spirits of occupation victims. I know Valessa was thinking the same thing. About our parents. Do you think they're still alive? Down here? Trapped in that armor? Understandable. You're on the fence. It's something we can talk about more as a group. Valessa believes they're trapped in there. I know it. I saw it in her face, back in the tunnels. And to be honest, I feel the same way as her. We can free them. I just have no idea how. Maybe it has something to do with that sword of yours. I should probably get back to my studies, though. Either way, I guess we'll find out soon enough.
He runs up to me and gives me a kiss on the cheek. After that, we embrace each other and smile.
I can't wait to see you again.
Oh, you didn't want to drink? Okay. Alright, so we're gonna save Ulrich for last. So we're gonna go to Domic next. What happens if I click here? Can I go in? Characters not in your party. So I wonder where we meet this person, or when we meet this person. Also, Menti, enjoy that lurk. And for Calico, arf! 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 I enter Domic's personal quarters and see him sitting on his bed. He's gripping something in his hand. It looks shiny and metallic. I take a few steps forward, making my presence known to him. He immediately jerks in fright, startled by my entrance. Looking away from me, he wipes his eyes with haste. Oh no. He's wearing a wide smile by the time he looks back.
Oh, hey there. Just keeping up my habit of not being receptive, I suppose. If I knew you'd be here so fast, I would have put out some food.
He stands up and walks to the nearby table. After placing the object he was holding on it, he lets out a soft laugh. I look at it. When I get the chance, it appears to be some kind of brooch.
I trust our HQ is to your satisfaction. Hopefully the rebels have been treating you with respect. That blade strapped to your back pretty much gives you away.
Intimidating. I don't know what even sound. I think I'd have to change my tone, so arf! 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 It's hard to do it while keeping the arf as part of the sound.
Let me know if anybody acts out of turn. I won't hesitate to put them in their place, you know. You're our honored guest and should be treated as such. Hey now, don't get used to it. Your guest privileges extend only so far. After today, you'll be under a strict training regimen.
He pulls out 2 chairs and proceeds to sit down. Taking the side closest to the brooch, he laid down. He looks up at me.
Care to join me? I wouldn't mind getting to know you a little better. You're more than just a CRS after all. It's rude of us to treat you like some sort of symbol. I know some of my troops do that to me since I'm the general, But there's more beneath the surface. So much more.
Attack Doggo, hello. Let me do the sippies. I have sat up. Oh my god. To R for you. Attack Doggo, how are you? I nod and take a seat in the chair opposite Dominic. He smiles and leans forward, displaying an attentive pose. His lack of speech makes me realize that it's my turn to speak. I tell him everything I can, pretty much summing up my life. I tell him how I met Fortem and Valessa and how we grew up. But most importantly, I tell him about the loss of our parents. As soon as he hears that story, I can see him tense up. He reaches for the brooch and clenches it tightly in his hand. After a few moments of holding on to it, he starts to relax.
The occupation. We all lost something special that day. But some of us lost far more than others.
I'm hoping so. We seem to be in good standing with the Winds right now. I hope your meeting goes well later. But I'm glad that you're doing wonderfully. It was a busy work day, but it's been a vibe ever since, at least.
What an unlucky day to be in Mazea, huh? Your parents could have easily avoided that mess. Mine, however, well, not so much. It's complicated. I don't remember what my parents did exactly. I think they owned some sort of tavern or restaurant. It's odd how I remember little else but the chaos.
He slumps down in his chair, his posture emanating sorrow.
I wouldn't normally tell anybody this, but you're special. Oh, not really special, but you caught me holding on to it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've learned to work with my job and how I handle things to try and make it so it's not overbearing, but some days are easier to do than others in that regard. But yeah, it's been an okay day. I can't really complain, if I'm honest. He holds out the brooch, and I get a clear look at it for the first time. It's a floral pattern, clearly feminine. I'm curious why he fancies it so much.
This brooch? It used to belong to my mother. She loved it. I made sure to retrieve it from her body after the occupation.
Oh my god. He scoffs before shaking his head.
I remember the piles of bodies, hundreds of them lining the town square. The days after the occupation were horrid. Corpses as far as the eye could see. Luckily, I knew exactly where they kept my mother's body, so I went straight to it.
Yeah. Ario, hello, how are you? Yep, exactly. Soren, I can agree wholeheartedly.
How did I know? Well, maybe I'll tell you another time. Just know that this brooch means more to me than anything else. When I hold on to it, it takes me back to simpler times, you know?
I'm doing alright. Ario. And I'm glad to hear that you're doing good.
I don't tell anybody because they need me to be strong. You can't win a war with sentiment after all. I have a certain image to maintain.
He looks at me with a smile.
But I feel I can be myself around you. You have the same burden, the same appearance to keep up. When we're together, I just feel like I can be myself.
I hope we can be together more often. I like you.
Oh, that caught me a little off guard. I guess it explains a few things. Honestly, I'm flattered. Can we please put a pin on that till next time?
That's fine, you shy bean. Why am I getting the become Sago, huh? Okay, I'll take a drink, damn.
And sorry for venting about the occupation. It's not exactly the most cheery subject, right? Just felt right to open up to you some more.
He stands up and pushes the chair back in. I guess this was my signal to leave for now. I stand up and offer my hand for shaking. He does nothing, and I'm left looking like a fool. This isn't the first time he's refused to shake my hand. Rather than comment on the matter, he changes the subject.
Let's meet in the war room whenever you're ready, CRS. This might be your last resting day for a while, so spend it wisely.
He smirks and sees me out of his room. It was nice to learn more about him and his past. Rather than being the general, he's becoming a friend. Alright, next is Pro. I enter Pro's room and see him sitting down. He's hunched over a piece of paper, scribbling notes down on it. It appears to be some sort of legal-looking document. An open bottle of wine sits next to him, and it's still full. 2 wine glasses sit on the table, on opposite sides of each other. Upon hearing my entrance, he looks up at me and smirks.
I knew you'd come sooner or later. Good thing the wine didn't get too warm. Have a seat. This is some good vintage stuff.
I pull out a chair and sit across from Pro. As soon as I sit down, he starts pouring us some wine. The dark crimson red, and appears to be quite thick.
At least that's what the guy told me. I just asked for their most expensive wine. That job from before? I made more than I thought. I asked myself what I should do with all of it. I mean, there was a ton to spare even after buying food. All I could think of was share a drink with my new friend. So, here we are. Hopefully it's something you enjoy. I'd hate to buy you a treat you didn't like.
Aw, are you trying to win me over?
Wait, I didn't do that already? I already have this whole lovable rogue thing mastered. It was just a matter of sealing the deal with some wine. Last time we hung out, I didn't really get the chance. I was worried I'd scare you away when you found out what I do. It's dirty work, but it helps us survive. Somebody has to do it, right? There's a big difference between me and a regular swindler, though. I do it because we need to survive. They do it for fun and riches. After the war is over, I won't need to do this stuff anymore. Trust me, I long for that day to come. I want to just kick back and work on my writing. Right now, I only have time for this kind of stuff.
He motions to the paper he was writing on and sighs.
Organized blackmail, pretty much. That guy I mentioned last time? I was able to bribe him. He gave us tons of money to hide his growing misconduct. Of course, that makes it sound so bad, but you always need to get everything in writing. So we found a better way to word it. Listen to this. I offer Pro this sum of money in exchange for discretion. See? Doesn't sound too much like shady business, does it? Information is a huge market, and so is stopping the flow of it. Everyone is so caught up on doing stuff to make money, and here I am able to make it all by staying my hand. You just need to think outside the box a bit, Cirrus. Anyway, enough about that. We should talk about the important stuff. How are you enjoying the new HQ so far?
Better now that I'm alone with you.
Oh, is that so? I guess the drink really won you over then. That's what the guy told me. It was a romantic wine.
Romantic wine, uh-huh.
I mean, not that I was trying to be romantic. Jeez, I hope you don't get the wrong idea. Unless it's the right idea? Then please, by all means.
We continue to talk while taking slow sips of wine. The atmosphere in here is a lot better than back at the tavern. And it feels like we're getting to know each other far more.
Honestly, I'm having a really great time. It's not often I get to put everything on pause, but right now, I don't have a care in the world.
Yeah, definitely a goober.
If we have more time, want to do this again? I mean, time might be pretty scarce in the future, but what little time I have, I'd totally spend with you.
If you supply the wine, I'm down. I think I'm gonna say if you'll supply the wine, I'm down for this one. Because I'm not super interested in Pro.
Well, not this particular wine, but sure, This was just a special occasion for me, you know? Wine with the Cirrus. Not everybody gets to do that. But I don't mean to stroke your ego or anything like that. Big heads don't win wars. It's more like big minds. Of course, that sword is sure gonna help out a lot.
We keep drinking until the wine is all gone. It's just casual conversation, nothing too intense. But once we're done, Pro stands up and yawns.
I guess this is it then? For now, of course. It's getting late. You shouldn't keep Domek waiting too long. As much as I hate to cut this short, I mean, it's nice to just push aside all responsibilities. Let's make a habit of it. It'll be like a ritual of ours.
He smiles and I stand up, ready to leave. But I guess he's not ready to see me off just yet. Running forward, he offers me a firm handshake.
Thank you, Cirrus.
Aw. And with that, he backs to his own business. Sitting at the table, he's lost in that letter once more. I leave the door with a smile on my face. I'm glad we got along. Starting out, I was more going for Valessa and then for Tem, but got to the base and threw all caution to the women and went, oh my, those my husbands and wives. I mean, I pretty much flirted with everyone. So yeah, I get that. I saved Ulrich for last. Rexy, hi, how are you? I enter Ulrich's room and he's laying on his bed relaxed. Of course he's laying on his bed. I'm glad you're vibing. Bottles of alcohol line the table nearby, some empty, some full. He hears me enter and immediately rises up, grabbing his sword.
Who's there?
Ulrich. But as soon as he notices it's me, he relaxes with a sigh. Loosening his grip on his sword, he puts it aside. He was a bit paranoid, but with reason.
Sorry, you never know when someone might attack. I don't normally doze off too much, for that reason alone. It's nice to see you, though. I had a good time at the tavern.
He stands up and walks over to the table. With a large swig from another bottle, he lets out a refreshing sigh. He must not have much downtime, but today was an off day.
Domek said to relax, so that's what I'm doing. I've known him for years, and he's never said that. I'm surprised he's not celebrating his new pirate treaty.
Hello, Eric. Welcome on in. How you doing?
Even if he tells us to relax, I doubt that he's doing it. He's probably already waiting for you in the war room. Don't worry, I'll try not to keep you here for too long.
He shuffles bottles aside, looking for something specific. It isn't much longer until he finds a much larger bottle, still full. There's a crimson liquid inside. It seems to be a special wine.
I've been saving this for a special occasion. And trust me, Domek giving me the night off is really special. I don't remember the last time I could just sit back and relax.
He pops the cork out of the bottle and takes a large swig. Weren't you supposed to savor wine rather than chug it?
Alorinthian wine. It's quite delicious. I'd say it's the best thing to come from that horrible place. It tastes like juice, but trust me, it sneaks up on you later. Shall we?
He holds out a bottle, offering it to me. I accept it, and we both sit down on the edge of the bed. Taking turns, we pass the bottle back and forth until it's gone. God damn!
Wow. That certainly took me back. I haven't had a drinking buddy like you in a long time. People these days seem to forget about the finer things in life.
Hey, Mary.
Domek is always saying, train, train, train. I don't even know if he's capable of taking it easy. At least Salus knew how to balance work and fun.
He goes to take another sip of the wine, trying to get the last drops. I wonder how much that cost him. It's probably the best I've ever tasted.
I guess I shouldn't bore you with that kind of talk. Your time is valuable, and you're choosing to spend it with me. Some host I'd be if I sat here and wasted that time of yours.
You're fine, Mary. He stands up and places the bottle on the table before sitting down again. The bed is more than big enough to fit the both of us comfortably. He lets out a loud sigh before crossing his arms.
I guess that's all I had. Too bad. The night is still young.
He laughs softly, looking over in my direction.
Drinking buddies with no drinks? This is a first. What now?
I mean, you drank a lot of it before I came in, buddy. Has it really been that long since Ulrich had a friend? He doesn't know what to do, so I give him some direction. It's crazy how much he knows about me, yet I know nothing about him.
More about me? So you want me to bore you, huh?
He smiles and lays back in the bed, looking up at the ceiling. It's almost like he didn't want to look at me while he spoke. As a courtesy, I lay back as well. We look up together.
Well, I'm probably older than you think, but I prefer to use the term experienced. I've seen a lot of combat in my numerous years. You kind of grow up alongside battle in Alarinthia. The culture there is so steeped in war it's impossible to avoid. When you come of age, you should already be an expert in combat.
It sounds hella comfy, Mary.
I was, but I chose to leave Alarinthia behind as soon as I could. My parents wanted me to stay, but I think they wanted it for them. I came to the mainland because I knew it would be the best for me. You need to look out for yourself. Don't let others sway your opinion. At least, that's what I told myself. I justified breaking my parents' hearts. I can't make it up to them either. They've been gone for ages. They were part of a movement that wanted to change Alarinthia. Things would be better in the hands of the wise, not the strong. An admirable view, unless you were surrounded by the strong. And surrounded they were. They were killed for their beliefs. That's why I hate Alarinthia more than anything. And the way it's run. I told myself I'd come to the mainland and practice my swordplay. I'd only ever return when I was strong enough to win. If I could become the ruler of Alarinthia, I would change their laws. Every leader has that ability, but they only care about their own power. It's always a battle of the strong against the wise. I wanted to go back to that land, both strong and wise. A ruler with a different outlook? He could change everything. It's just the alcohol talking right now, by the way. The childish dream of a young man. That's all it was. This world offers no quarter to men blind on ambition.
He tilts his head to look at me.
And so we offer no quarter in return. This war, it's already taken so much from us. I find myself asking, how much more will it take?
He leans in closer and his words become softer.
If anything, at least it's taught me something important. We can only truly enjoy what we have right in front of us. Once it leaves our sight, we may never see it again.
Oh. He raises a hand and runs it along the side of my face, smiling at me. I can tell he's nervous, but so am I. I know exactly what's coming.
We just need to live in the moment, right?
Oh my.
At the end of the day, that's all we really have. Something special we can share and never forget.
He leans in closer and I smell the sweet of the wine on his breath. I lean in too, signaling my consent, and we quickly surrender to passion. Our lips press together once, twice, and then I'm unable to keep count. The warmth of our bodies intertwined is all I'm capable of focusing on. He was right. No matter what happened, we'd always have this memory. I wanted to get to know him better. That's what I did, without words. Oh my. How lovely. And they were roommates. Steamy. Alright, so before we go to the war table here, Before we go to the war table here, I'm really curious. Yes. I'm really curious of like where I missed something. So if I go to here, no book here. I'm gonna look and see if I can find that book. Harry? Oh! Harry Blacktail, thank you so much for that follow and welcome to the Doggo Den. Welcome on in. How you doing? No book. Actually, hold on. No, if I do this, go into the mayor's house. The book in here? No. Yeah, I thought so too. That's why I kind of had like this small moment of, wait, weren't you already following me? But it's okay. It could have been Twitch glitching out because Twitch has unfortunately done that. How dare you come in here and grab my snoot? Excuse me? That was not the combat I was expecting from this game. Yeah, it's unfortunate when it happens too. I go to Peregrino. Go into the thing. Did I miss a book in here? Doesn't look like it. Wow. Wolf, how are you doing, by the way? As a tip, if the area has a green check mark, you've done it there. So, okay, so if it has a green check mark, which Valinor Village does not. Or, well, this is a whole different thing. So, wait. So, wait, then that means I've done all of it. Interesting. Okay, so then... if I've already... yeah, it's like if I've already done all these... okay. Okay. So then if I go into here and go into here, go into here. Yes. So I've done everything in here so far too. So if I go to the main entrance again, go in here. See, I'm missing this book, but maybe I haven't gotten to that point yet. Over 2 years, nice, MMX. Yeah, see, so I haven't gotten this one, which I don't know where this one is, but maybe I just have not encountered it yet. And then, of course, all of these. I'm not sure about. So, I guess we'll see. Oh, damn. Look, almost 4 years, Ridley. If I miss a book or two, okay. Alright, so let's go back. Need to go to the crew. I'm also curious about this character. I think it's the character with the black and orange on the little promo screen that I haven't met yet. I'm very curious who that is. But it looks like we're going to the war room. Moving to the war table will initiate Act 3. Act 3 is a long series of cutscenes with no side content. Please make sure to have sufficient time. Yes. I do. Let's go. But they're both food. Food then, I guess. I enter the war room and see Domek standing over the table. He's moving wooden figures from place to place, forming a strategy. I guess this was my first time seeing him in action. It was impressive.
I'm glad you came, Ceres.
He talks to me while he works, displaying grace and lack of effort. It's almost like this is second nature to him. What was he planning? I notice a map on the table, with figures scattered about different regions.
So tomorrow we'll begin your training with the Blade of Exodus. But in addition to that, we'll have to train you in swordplay as well. I think Ulrich should be free. I can't really think of a better teacher.
Ooh, yay, I get to do sword training with Ulrich. He eyes the scabbard on my back and the base of the sword.
We think that the more you use it, the more you'll tolerate it. If you're like me, you got overwhelmed the moment you touched it. It's about adapting. Slow exposure will help you become stronger. But we're also in a rush, so I've worked out a schedule for you. It balances both exposure therapy as well as combat training. There's a bit of free time in there too. You'll be needing it.
Don't worry, Noisy, that kind happens later. He's very cute. Also, how you doing, Malbona? I hope you're doing well. He points to a paper resting on the war table. I picked it up and start to inspect the contents. It's a detailed itinerary. I'm impressed.
Now, there's one more thing. The spirit idol we discovered is right down there. It's a bit of a walk, so I'll have to show it to you later.
He points to a small exit in the back corner of the room. It almost looks like the entrance of a cave. It stands out. They must have dug out a large portion of this room.
It's also where I chose to bury Salus, our former leader. I guess I can be sentimental when it comes to that stuff. It just seemed like the right thing to do, you know?
Wow. Hope Project Zomboid went well watching-wise. You're too kind.
Now, let's go over your...
Before he could continue, he's immediately cut off. Pro runs into the room, panting heavily, clearly exerted. But there's a hint of fright and concern on his face, too.
Dominic, come quick.
Pro, what's going on? I'm in the middle of a meeting here.
The meeting can wait, Dominic, please. Grizz is here and he's causing a commotion.
Oh boy.
What? All right, let's go. We should probably talk to him, CRS. I'm pretty sure I know what he's after.
Lena, hello, how are you? We all nod to one another and Pro starts leading the way. Whatever was coming our way, I'm sure Dominic could handle it. Oh boy. Oh, gotcha. We run to the atrium to handle the situation as fast as we can. When we arrive, I see Ulrich standing imposingly before Grizz. A good choice. Ulrich could fight off almost anybody.
Stand down, Grizz.
I only want to see Dominic. We had a deal and it's his turn to deliver. Don't forget, I'm the only reason you're down here.
Grizz looks back towards us, noticing our entrance.
Please, Ulrich, stand aside. Insubordination isn't your style.
He tilts his head back towards Dominic. Ulrich turns and looks, noticing that we're here. Saying nothing, he turns around and walks away. He rests his back against the wall and simply watches. It seems like almost all of the tension was cut from the air. Those two men in deadlock was a scary sight to behold.
Good. Now, Dominic, it's time. Unless anybody else wants to challenge me.
You take care, Glorious. Thanks for vibing, by the way. I hope you have a lovely sleep. Dominic takes slow steps forwards, cautioned not to make sudden movements. Grizz grips the handle of his hammer resting on his back, as if to threaten.
Now, Grizz, let's remain calm. I fully intend to hold up my end of the bargain. There was just some important business to take care of.
He motions towards me.
Yeah, I know. But all the pieces are in place, Dominic. Oh, you please take me to see it.
Domek shuffles in place, anxious.
I suppose I can rearrange my schedule a bit. Sorry if it appeared like I was going back on my word.
I'll accept that apology when you take me to the idol. I'm sure you understand. I'm past the point of buying time. And make sure you bring that new friend of yours as well.
Oh. So it was the idol he wanted? And from the way he spoke, he wanted me as well. Of course, this is all likely related to the Blade of Exodus.
Very well.
Domek simply concedes without consent or contest. Of course, before we can move, there's an interruption. Being a rebel was a busy life. It's always something. However, this something was far bigger than any of us imagined. Domek looks on in shock as a young man slowly enters the room. I wonder if it's who I think it is. Also, hello, Slender. Welcome on in. With heavy labored steps, they appear to be weak and tired.
Shane? Shane, you're back!
I knew it. I had a feeling it was going to be Shane. Oh boy. Take care, Lunar. Mary. Domek runs forward and Grizz steps back. He seems to understand what was going on, too. Shane had come back from the trip to Balteus?
Domek.
Shane, I can't believe this! I was so worried we lost you!
Everyone watches in awe.
Did they hurt you? Are you okay? Do you need anything? Pro, go grab some water, quick!
No, Domek, I'm fine. Don't worry about it, Pro.
Pro stops in his tracks upon hearing this. If anything, it just looked like Shane needed some rest.
I'm sorry, Domek.
Oh?
For what? Oh, don't be silly, Shane. I'm the one who should be apologizing here. It was foolish of me to send you into danger like that.
Lena. Shane steps forward and wraps his arms around Domek. Everyone seems so relieved, and all of the tension is gone. My stomach is in knots. I don't want to continue. Even Grizz cracks a smile as he watches this happy reunion. But what if it's not happy? Yep, I knew it! I don't want to read anymore! I don't want to read anymore! Because I think he's gonna hurt him! Oh no! I don't know! I know it's coming! I know it's coming and I don't want it to come! But Shane takes advantage of our lowered guard. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a dagger. Before any of us can react, the damage is done. Domek screams and stumbles back in shock. Shane was fast. His abdomen is covered in wounds. He shakes, blood spilling on the floor at an alarming rate.
Shane?
Oh, god damn it. And the troops' morale is now down to 50%. Ulrich is the first to react and he tries to restrain Shane. However, it's no use. He's far too agile to be caught.
Shane, what have you done?
He doesn't respond and grabs a bow and some arrows from a nearby weapon stand. All of us are panicking, not sure what to do. Could Ulrich take on Shane alone? Within a few moments, though, that is the absolute least of our worries.
Sophie, now!
Oh boy. Immediately after Sophie enters the room from an entrance to the tunnels. There's a man in a white suit of armor with him too, like the honor guard. What was he doing here? This is definitely coordinated. We're in trouble.
Sometimes I wish it wouldn't be so easy. Look, Halen, Even the suits of armor are still alive. All the time in the world, and they didn't even act.
Pitiful.
They both look at all of the honor guards in the atrium. Minding their own business, they just stumble around. There's a lot, but they possess no real threat to anybody. Sophie steps forward, looking at all of us. Ulrich grips his blade and stands in the way.
Leave.
Or else, what?
I'll kill you.
So dramatic, Ulrich. You've certainly grown. Where was that bravado 500 years ago?
Ulrich growls and grits his teeth, easily provoked. All of us are locked in place, too scared to move.
You're outnumbered. Don't test me. If Domek dies, we'll find another leader. You've done no real damage to us, Sophie.
Damn, that's a sudden position change.
Is that so?
Though some of his flesh seems to be missing. Sophie grins and raises one of his hands in the air. With a dramatic snap of his fingers, I stumble back. The blade is reacting and trembling. What's going on? There's a quick flash of white light. Wait, I know this feeling. From my visions of Valenorth, when he animated those suits of armor. Can he truly manipulate the blade without even touching it? All hell breaks loose before I can even start to process these events. The honor guard grabs their blades and starts massacring the rebels. With a simple snap of his fingers, he sent them all into a murderous rage. All I can hear is screams of agony as our forces are caught off guard. Bodies start to litter the floor while other rebels grab weapons and fight. Grizz runs forward and grabs Domek's body, slowly dragging it away.
Cirrus, come with me. Let the rebels keep the enemy occupied. I have an idea, but you need to do what I say.
I nod and follow after him. I'm still not able to process anything. How would the rebellion recover from this? Within minutes, almost all of the rebels were killed. This isn't how things were supposed to happen. I look down at Domek's body and it's motionless. A trail of blood follows me and Grizz as we flee the area. But before we can leave the atrium, Shane notices the trail. I feel a sharp pain in my chest and suddenly drop to the floor. I can't move. I look down and notice an arrowhead protruding from my torso. He shot me in the back. That's all I can take in before everything fades away. However, with what just happened, I'm certain of one simple fact. The rebellion is no more. Valessa and Fortem rush to the atrium, frightened by the sound of commotion. Members of the honor guard push past them to carry out their brutal objective. When they arrive, a horror awaits them. It's clear that the rebellion has lost.
Oh no!
Ulrich, what's going on?
Ulrich is locked in combat with Sophie, violently swinging his sword. But Sophie dodges with ease, swaying his body from side to side. When he gets a chance, he lands a harsh punch on Ulrich's chest. Falling back, Ulrich is brought to his knees. He pants heavily, trembling as he rises back up.
I don't hide behind a sword like you and your Cirrus. Now tell me, Ulrich, how does it feel to lose to me? To see everything around you crumble and fall?
He laughs, that maniacal cackle echoing through the halls.
Perhaps now you regret changing sides.
Oh.
Never. This isn't over, Sophie. Stand back, both of you.
He waves his arm dismissively at Valessa and Fortem. However, it was already too late. The honor guard is closing in on them. Ulrich turns and tries to help them. but a blow to the back of the head knocks him down. You can only watch through blurred vision as the honor guard overpowers them. Screams assault his ears and they're slowly silenced, but they've been killed too. He scans the room trying to find Pro, but he can't. Perhaps he's among the bodies. Sophie steps over and kicks Ulrich in the gut, causing him to grunt and roll over. A few moments later, he kneels down and stares Ulrich straight in the eyes.
You thought you had everything under control. Abandon Valenorth, gather your forces, and attack Balteus. It would work if we didn't have you in our grip the entire time. All we wanted was to destroy Mazeo's spirit idol, Ulrich, the final idol in all of Alestia. The sickness almost cured. I know what you're thinking, though. The vision of Valenorth? The Cirrus saw only what the Triumvirate wanted her to see. A trick to lure every single one of you down here. And after I kill you, the Cirrus's life and that blade will be mine.
Wow. Wow. So they fed me a false vision at the very beginning.
May the Triumvirate reign eternal.
Jesus Christ. Shane and Halen approach Sophie, leaving Ulrich to look up at all three. Sophie holds a hand out to Shane, who gives him a dagger without hesitation. Pressing it against Ulrich's throat, Sophie pauses, savoring the fear in his eyes.
I'd ask if you had any last words, but you don't deserve the satisfaction.
Not so fast!
Everybody quickly turns to look at Pro. Runs in from the tunnels. He pants heavily, having clearly run a large amount. He smirks.
Alex, do it now!
A few moments later, an army of pirates floods in from the tunnels. Sophie, Halen, and Shane quickly become defensive, trying to fend them off. There was enough now that they stood a chance. Their targets were clear. Using the commotion as cover, Pro rushes to Ulrich's side. He helps him get on his feet as he finally returns to his senses.
Where's everybody else? Valessa, Fortem, the Cirrus.
Ulrich looks down at the floor, ashamed.
It's too late.
He places a hand on Ulrich's shoulder. Shaking his head, he knows that Ulrich is wrong.
It's never too late. Come on, let's take them down. They won't get away with this. They can't.
Ulrich smiles and nods, and they quickly rush into combat. Things were starting to turn around. They were no longer outnumbered. Sophie, however, uses this commotion to sneak deeper underground. While everyone was distracted, his objective was clear. This is a lot for my mind to process. Holy shit. Grizz carries me and Domek into the room behind the war table. The massive spirit idol glows and radiates energy. It's beautiful. Through my faded vision, it only appears more surreal, odd. He carries me to one side of the room and rests me down. I notice that the arrow in my chest is gone, replaced with bloodied wrappings. He must have treated me during the time I was lost. But what about Domek?
There were some supplies back in the crew quarters. I was able to treat your wound. No vital areas were harmed. It's almost like he did that on purpose. Unless you got really lucky.
He sighs and looks back at Domek, who he had rested down on the other side.
But he wasn't lucky. I'm sorry, Cirrus. He's gone.
Not Domek. No.
But we can still fix this. This is what I've been wanting all along. A chance to tap into that idol's power.
Looks at the blade on my back. Reaching behind my shoulder. He undoes the scabbard. It falls to the ground. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath.
Please, let me take your blade. This is the deal I made with Damek, to free the spirits from those suits of armor.
I look up at him confused. Pain courses through my body and I tremble. I grab the scabbard and hold it tightly in my hand.
Please, Cirrus, there isn't much time. 20 years ago, I led the occupation with Sovi. The people I killed, they're trapped in those suits of armor.
Oh my god.
If you give me the blade, I can use the power of that idol. I'll release those spirits. I'll give them the freedom they deserve. I need to do this. It's the only way I can make up for what I did. And without the Honor Guard, this battle is won. Your allies can easily fight against Sovi and his men. There's still a chance to win here. We need to take it.
He looks down at the floor and his ears fall flat.
I know why I recognized you and your friends back at my office. During the occupation, there were people that looked just like you. I was just following orders. Trust me, I regret what I did. All of it.
Wait, does he mean...
Your parents, they were in Mazeo during the occupation, right? It's more than coincidence. This must be happening for a reason. They aren't dead, Cirrus. They're trapped in those suits of armor.
Jesus. I notice the glisten of tears forming in his eyes.
Sent there by me. Let me free them, Cirrus. It's what they would want. It's what they all want.
My grip on the scabbard tightens. He killed our parents? I can tell he's truly sorry, but this is too much to take in. The pain in my chest gets more intense and I wince.
Here, I've got you.
He wraps one arm around me, slowly helping me to my feet. Together, we take slow steps across the room towards the idol. I look at Damek's body in the corner of my eye, still and lifeless.
I stopped serving the Triumvirate the moment I got the chance. Being forced to live in those suits, forced to wear their colors. Nobody should have to suffer such a fate. We can fix this.
As we get closer to the idol, the earth starts to shake. There's a massive reaction coming from my blade. Chris holds me tighter as the tremors get more intense.
I picked up some information when I served the Triumvirate. That blade has the ability to bend its power to your will. It all depends on what the wielder wants it to do. They want power, and so it gives them an army. We want freedom, so that's what we'll have. Please, Cirrus, let me do this. It's all I ask.
Each step we take causes emotion to well up within me. This is all too much. It's all happening too fast. No matter how hard I think, I have no idea what to do. Also, hello, Firework and Blake. Yeah, Sovi wanted me. Yeah.
I know it will kill me, but I've come to terms with that. It's a fitting punishment, considering what I've done.
He reaches the idol and I'm almost blinded by its light. I can understand that Grizz wants his redemption, but his crimes against the world and our families were awful. I could always tap into the power of this idol myself. How would Valessa and Fortem feel if I sided with Grizz? Some crimes aren't forgivable. Is this one of them?
Please.
Oh, fuck! That's a really hard choice. You can pull it if you want to, Rezo. I'm pretty sure that I know what I'm gonna do, but no pull? Okay. I'm pretty sure I know what I want to do. It's really hard. I think I know what I'm gonna go with, but like, God, I don't even know how this is gonna affect everything. It's just, yes. Okay. I suppose it was. He truly felt bad for his actions in the past. With a slight nod, I hand him the scabbard, and he smiles.
Thank you, Cirrus. Stand back. This could get dangerous.
Doing as instructed, I stand there and watch him act. I need to back against the wall since the pain is still so intense. Without spiritual energy inside of him, the blade would kill him quickly. I'm glad that he thought it was a worthy sacrifice. Freeing the spirits and destroying the honor guard in the tunnels. The tables would be easily turned. We'd come back from this defeat. I don't want to do quick saves. Seems like really cheap to do it that way. He hesitates.
So I guess this is it.
He closes his eyes.
I'm sorry, everybody. I hope you can learn to forgive me. In your final moments, know the triumvirate will fall.
I see him take the blade out of the scabbard. But after that, I only see white, that blinding light. Grizz grunts, clearly overpowered by the blade. The ground begins to shake even more. It's worrisome, since we're in a cavern. If it caved in, that would be the end.
You're free now. And so am I.
The light slowly subsides and my eyes start to adjust. When they do, I see Grizz dead on the ground, clutching the blade. The idol starting to flicker, the light slowly going dim. Was it over? I slowly walk over to him, but the tremors continue. With a violent shake, I'm thrown on the floor. Crawling over, I do my best to reach the blade. Would the honor guard fall? Was this truly the end of the nightmare? I hope that's the case as I arrive at the blade. Stabbing it into the ground, I slowly use it to help myself up. Also, hi Dania. It's hard because of the tremors, and I almost lose my balance. But with enough effort and strength, I'm finally back on my feet. It doesn't overpower me like before. This time I expect different. Like Grizz said, it bends to my will, to the will of the wielder. Everything has changed. I put the scabbard back on, and I hold onto the sword with a slight grin. I'm in control of it now. I stand there using the blade as a crutch. With the ground shaking so violently, it's hard to stand up. You're fine. I'll need to go back to the atrium. They need to know about this.
No! What have you done?
Sovi charges into the room, catching me completely off guard. He stands there panting, looking at the idol and how it flickers. With a grunt of rage, he starts running at me, ready to attack. Because of the trembling earth, however, he stumbles a bit. I use this to my advantage and jump out of the way. Landing with a quick roll, I'm back on my feet. We circle around each other, both hesitant to attack. I hold out the blade, as if to threaten him.
There's so much you don't know.
Zai's emotes are very cute. He smirks and lunges forward to attack me. I hold out the blade to guard myself, but I'm not sure what happens next. With a snap of his fingers, mid-lunge, the blade suddenly vanishes from my hands. A few moments later, it rematerializes in his. I don't have enough time to brace myself. It's already too late. Moments later, I'm on the floor with Sovi on top of me. So he can wield it, just like the vision showed me. Draconis, hello. Gripping the blade in one hand, he uses the other to punch me. Repeatedly in my chest, causing the wound to open more and bleed. I kick and scream in agony, trying my best to withstand his harsh blows. He's smart. Soon enough, the pain is too much to fight back. I can only squirm and wince underneath him, enduring the assault. The cavern starts to crumble and pieces fall from the ceiling.
There's no one here to save you, Cirrus. Your life is mine, and the rebellion is no more.
Smirking, he lowers the blade to my neck.
May the triumvirate reign eternal.
I use all of my strength to reach up and grab the blade. Trying to push it away, I realize there's almost no point. But soon after, the blade reacts to both of our touches. Another flash of white light engulfs the entire room. The pressure is relieved from my neck, and I hear Sovi struggle. Just like Grizz said, the blade reacts to the will of the wielder. But whose will was stronger? I raise my other hand to grab the blade as well. I close my eyes and focus with every fiber of my being. Spirits, please do something. Save me. Save us all. The light subsides and I see Sovi looking down at me in shock. I can see the horror in his eyes, but I have no idea what just happened. Perhaps the blade gave him visions, like it did for me back in Valenorth. He panics and throws the blade to the ground.
So it is true. The spirit realm is...
How are you doing, Draconis? I think I'm very biased, but purple is yes. Slowly standing up, he takes a few steps back. Looking down in my eyes, I can see sadness within his. So many conflicting emotions, all in the span of a few seconds. He scoffs and turns his back to me.
Remember my mercy, Cirrus. Next time you won't be so lucky.
Also, hello, Sarah. Welcome on in. To my complete shock, he simply runs away. I tilt my head to the side and watch him leave. The blade rests beside me, so I reach for it. But any hope of salvation is quickly lost. It's over. As soon as Sovi leaves the room, it starts to cave in. Rubble and debris block the exit, leaving me trapped inside. I look over at Domic's lifeless body and start to cry. My wound bleeds profusely and my vision slowly wanes. With my final moments, I grip the blade and pray for help. But before I slip away into nothingness, that help never comes. I don't know what to think. So much has happened and I'm so upset. Like, I'm so upset because my brain is sitting here thinking, what did I do wrong? What could I have changed? Ulrich and Pro stand back to back, destroying the honor guard with ease. The pirates, on the other hand, keep Shane and Halen occupied. Yep, Domik is dead. And so is Grizz. And the rebellion. They were starting to come back from this. They could survive. Shane murdered.
Another one down. Come on, Ulrich, pick up the pace. If you lose this, you'll never hear the end of it.
Ulrich takes down 4 suits of armor with one swing of his sword.
Oh, we're keeping count. Then I think Alex and his crew are winning. But at least now we know who Domik chose.
They look over at Alex, who fights off Halen and Shane. He's an expert swordsman, one of the most impressive in the world. Moments later, him and his crew have the enemy surrounded. Halen and Shane pant heavily, worn out from the intense fight. But they look around at the fallen honor guard, realizing they're outnumbered. The initial strike was devastating, but the rebellion was slowly bouncing back.
Where's Sovi?
I think he's gone to the idol.
Then that means...
Before he can finish talking, the ground starts to shake. Everyone is caught off guard, stumbling around.
It does! Shane, retreat!
But Sovi...
He'll catch up later. Let's not do anything stupid.
Shane nods and they start to run away. They were cornered near the tunnels, so it was an easy escape. Ulrich and Pro slowly march over, standing by their pirate allies.
What should we do? Should we chase after them, Ulrich?
No, let them go. We can't risk being led into another trap. They hit us too hard. We need to mitigate the damage.
They nod and back down.
We're a team now. We're here to help. If there's anything you need us to do, just say it. We owe Domik everything. He changed Mazeo's future.
Yeah, I really think his like what he wanted, his ideals were far above hers.
Thank you, Alex. I have a feeling there's a lot of work to do. But before that, let's take care of the honor guard.
Roger that.
They all turn to face the suits of armor, but they're shocked. The honor guard remains perfectly still, not moving an inch. They continue shaking. Of the ground causes them to fall over. Hitting the ground, they shatter into pieces like an army of glass. Trust me, my brain is like on fire. I don't even know how to feel. Everything has hit really quickly, and I don't know if there's choices I could have made to change the outcome. A bright flash of white light emanates from the crew quarters. Along with that, the earth trembles with more intensity.
What's going on?
It must have something to do with the idol.
But they said Sovi was down there.
I think I saw Grizz carry Domik and the Seeress down there. Sovi wouldn't want this to happen, so that means...
They're still alive!
They must be. Come on, let's go. Alex, man the tunnels.
Yeah, the only one still alive and just barely is me at this point. Barely.
You got it.
They start running towards the war room, but don't make it very far. Ulrich stops in his tracks as he notices movement in the corner of his eyes. Valessa and Fortem, they were moving. They must have survived.
Wait! Hold on! Bro, look!
Ulrich points, and they both make their way over to Valessa and Fortem. Crouching down, Pro offers his hand to Valessa and Ulrich to Fortem. They help them get to their feet, and they look shaken and traumatized.
What happened? How did you survive that?
He was totally convinced that you died. I can't believe your luck. I'm surprised.
They both look at the ground almost as if they're ashamed.
I thought they were going to kill us, but they didn't. I don't really know what happened.
They didn't attack us. They pushed us to the ground. It's almost like they wanted us to stay out of harm's way.
No! It was their parents! It had to have been their parents! Come on! Come on! I can't do this right now.
Yeah, we wouldn't have stood a chance in combat. I don't know why they wanted to help, but they did.
I think I know. Never mind.
She quickly changes the subject.
Where's the Cirrus? Ulrich, take us to see her.
Right, of course. They must be by the spirit idol. Damek too, it's not that far.
Yeah, she
Follow
knows. Please go save me from death. I'm literally dying on the floor. Deciding not to question Providence, they all follow Ulrich. In a time like this, it was best not to doubt your blessings. However, Valessa remains a few paces behind, thinking,
Mom? Dad? Thank you.
I was right. I was right. This is not fair. My vision slowly fades back in, much to my surprise. I've been on the verge of death for what seemed like an eternity. I'm strong. My will and the power inside of me refuse to give in. Pain radiates from the wound in my chest, but I'm almost getting used to it. Sylvie's attempts to make it more fatal had clearly failed, or did they? I remember the thought I had in my head the moment I faded away. I wanted to be saved. I wanted to make it through this alive. Could the blade have that much power? Could it have saved me? I back myself up against a wall. I lay against it. Then I scan the room. Wait, what's that? A hulking shadow on the other side of the room, whispering to itself. But Damek's body is still on the floor. Who could... Is this the last character? Is this the black furred with... Okay, we'll see in a second. I look at the exit to the room. It's still caved in. Impossible. There was no one else in this room with us. Their ears perk up. They must have heard my movements. Quickly turning to face me, they take heavy, slow steps. Stumbling from side to side, it's almost like they can't balance. I can't see their face. My vision is too blurry. But when they make it to my location, they kneel down. While normally I would be frightened, I seem to feel at ease. Yes, it is this it is, yes! It's the last character on the freaking, the promo image. I was wondering when I was gonna meet this person. Hello. Have company. Yeah, he's got some interesting, like, it looks like a lot of scarring and some purple body paint. They reach forward and place a hand on my chest. I hadn't realized it, but in my confusion, the pain had stopped. Or was it even there to begin with? Maybe I just felt it in my head. They let go and shake their head dismissively. A flicker of light from the dying idol illuminates their face. When I see them, I ask who they are, but get no straight answer. This is your second favorite character? Okay.
Gaze into the abyss after a lifelong journey and plead. Beg for the answer to your most undying question. And tell me, what would frighten you most? Being left in silence or hearing an answer?
Wow, that voice. Hello? I don't understand, and I shake my head. But something tells me that they look familiar to me. I'm too delirious to think straight, so this thought goes nowhere.
The pursuit of an answer is more defining than the answer itself. For no truth can compare to the truth we've conjured in our head. Hearing an answer may rob us of purpose. We prefer silence.
Noisy.
But sometimes, the silence can be maddening. We can convince ourselves that purpose is not important, self-destructive. Purpose breeds strength and victory.
Enjoy the lurk, MMX.
We desire victory.
He stands up and holds out his hand. I grab it and he pulls me to my feet. This is the first time I truly see him. He's covered in scars from head to toe, almost as if he's endured torture or something far worse. Tattoos adorn his arm, much like those on Ulrich's body. Who was this?
We need no name. A name defines an individual. We are many, and therefore cannot be defined. This body is merely a tool. It bends to our will.
One sec. Huh. Okay.
We know how confused you are. It's always the same. Come with me. There's still much we need to do. Domic, right? That's the name of your leader?
He turns around and looks at Domic's body.
You said that name in your sleep. You called out to him, but only we responded. He lives. We took care of that while you slept.
Wait, you brought him back? He's alive? I look over and watch his chest moving up and down. He's breathing. It's almost in display. Oh my god! He's alive! Oh my god. I'm almost in disbelief at that. What happened?
We will tell you both. There is much to discuss. With the exit cut off, we have sufficient time. A funny concept time. Perhaps another day.
We walk over to Domic, and the mystery man takes slow steps again. His limbs appear stiff, as if they've been unused for a long time. I had a feeling he healed us both. Like, there would have given the length of damage that my character withstood, and also the means that Domic was dead, or believed to be dead, before we even entered this room. He had to have been the one that saved us. There couldn't be anyone else. I kneel down and shake Domic softly, placing my hand on his shoulder.
He should have been awake by now. His wounds were grievous. He was saved. We were limited, but we did what we could. Rise.
He says this in a demanding tone, and Dominic starts to move. His eyes slowly open, and he looks at both of us as he comes to.
Sailors? Am I dead? What's going on?
This the previous leader? Oh my god. Oh my god. I laugh softly and tell him he's not dead. But he seems to have me confused with Salus.
Salus.
Wait. His eyes are fixated on the mystery man as he says the name. I take a few steps back, confused and scared at the same time. Oh, it's the body of the previous. Oh my god. No, there's no way. This makes no sense.
How are you alive? How am I alive?
This isn't right. Salus was dead. Our old elder, the rebellion's founder.
Salus, the name of this vessel. He no longer lives. Do not use this name. As we said before, no name is required. We simply exist.
Dominic and I look at one another, utterly confused.
Please explain. I don't understand.
The man points to the center of the room.
You will have a seat. You may be satisfied. Or perhaps not. We have some answers, but not all of them.
I reach down to help Dominic up. He grunts. There was no wounds on his abdomen. There's nothing. This would require some serious explanation and fast. I take Dominic over to the center of the room and we sit down. The other man, however, walks over to the exit and inspects it.
Trapped, as always. Do you trust your comrades? We think they are your only hope.
If they survived.
Yes.
He walks over to our location and sits down. I guess all we could do was wait to get rescued. The Rebel HQ was full of digging tools after all.
You will ask, and we may answer.
He sits in silence and waits for us to make the next move.
Who are you?
The idol is no more. Its energy was released. It may still glow, but it will soon go dim. Lifeless. Energy must be stored somewhere. Less wasteful. Much of it went into that sword you carry. Some of it was used to heal your wounds. The rest, well, we found a vessel to use.
Oh my god, so some of the... Okay. 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 This game.
A vessel?
This body expired long ago. It offered no resistance and no identity. We thought it would be fitting. We desired a voice.
I mean, it's fair that it's we. It's multiple. It's not just one.
Who is we?
We are what you call the spirit realm. Until now, our power was stored only in objects. That, and vessels which had their own voice, like you.
He looks at me.
So, let me get this straight. The power released from the idol healed us, and it took over Salus's body so it could talk.
Correct.
So, I'm talking to the spirit realm right now.
You know what, Dominic, I'm with you. Buddy, I'm with you right now. I can relate.
A portion. The rest resides in her body and the sword. However, the spirit realm is just a term you created to define us. We are more than that, and we finally have a voice in your world.
Dominic gulps, getting a little frightened.
Are you peaceful?
That is a relative term.
Are you going to hurt us?
No.
What is your purpose?
An impossible question. Do you know your purpose?
No, I guess not.
We only wish to aid you. Please do not question. It would please us greatly to see the Triumvirate fall. We are their victims, just as much as you are, Domek.
Victims?
You do not know the truth of what we are. It is understandable, because we could never tell. Using this voice, we wish to make our suffering known. And using this body, we wish to enact our vengeance. If this is acceptable, we will join you after rescue. If rescue comes, that is. Until then, we talk.
Also, no, it wasn't Rezo. I did it. Domek nods. He's taking this very well, actually. After all, he's talking to the corpse of his former leader. But a strategist needs to adapt to change and overcome it. Yeah, well, I didn't like what was said, and I'm not dealing with that shit.
Of course, but you need to explain. What is the truth of the spirit realm? Were we so wrong that you needed a voice?
We do not blame you for your interpretation. Given your situation, it made perfect sense. But yes, you were wrong. Very wrong.
Mashu! Ow! Mashu Raiders, welcome on in. How was your stream? Mashu, how was Mountain Blade 2? Hello, Bean, how are you? I hope you had your fun. Guys, if you have not checked out Mashu, Mashu's a sweet bean. I definitely recommend checking him out. He's a chill vibe, good time. You're still learning it, but it's fun. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And guys, if y'all have not heard of me, my name is Screaming Doggo. I am a variety streamer / screamer, and today we are continuing through Winds of Change. A lot of shit is happening. Like, my brain is on fire. I don't understand. But thank you so much. Shut up, Rezo. The whole thing has made me sad. But yes, guys, I hope y'all had a lovely time with Mashu, and I hope you guys enjoy your time here with me. This is a wonderful visual novel. And also, hello, Feyna. Is it Feyman or Feynman? Me and Domek look at each other once more. I'd never believe this if we didn't just cheat death. But given the circumstances, we can't deny the truth. This was a living embodiment of the spirit realm. Much like the idols, but able to walk and talk as well. And if that was the case, then there was no more secrets. He would tell us everything about the spirit realm. The undying questions of our history finally answered. What was their purpose, and why did they influence us? The answers would change everything forever. Noisy. This was the point when the game became better. Ah, got you. Eventually ending up in the war room, everyone looks around frantically. It wasn't much longer until they noticed the back corner of the room was caved in. Rather than digest the current events, they searched for Domek and the Cirrus.
They must be down with the idol.
Can we even get down there?
Go back to the crew quarters, Fortin. You too, Valessa. Bring us some equipment. We should be able to reach them if we dig.
Of course. What should we look for?
Pickaxes, shovels, stuff like that. Anything to help us get through that rubble.
Right.
They both run off in search of supplies. It was clear the tunnels caved in, but how bad was it? They'd cling on to the hope that everybody survived.
Hey, are you sure you don't want to join them? Shouldn't they have some sort of protection?
No, everything will be fine. Alex and his forces are on guard. Nobody else will be coming or going.
Then what about Sovi? Do you think he's down there?
No, he's probably long gone.
But I didn't see him run off anywhere. We were all in the tunnels, weren't we?
That's the point, Pro. You don't see a man like him. He comes and goes as he pleases.
Oh, okay.
He crosses his arms, both confused and concerned.
What should we do while we wait? Are you sure you don't want me to help them?
I'm certain. We need to talk, Pro.
About what?
Let's say Domek did fall in combat. What would we do then? What's our next step?
I don't want to think about that. Losing Salus was more than enough. I'm sure he's alive. We'll find him.
But what if he's not? We need to think, Pro. Things would be in our hands.
Our hands?
Yes. We'd be the new leaders. How would we come back from this?
I don't know if we can.
That's why I sent those two away. I don't think they'd be ready to hear this. There's a very real chance that the Seeress is dead. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. We'd never be able to win this war conventionally. That blade in their power was all we had, Pro.
I don't know, Ulrich, but I feel like they're alive. They wouldn't give in so easily.
God, yeah. It's gonna be weird enough having Domek back, but like in a happy moment, but to see their old leader, good God.
I guess we'll find out.
And we need to trust in the spirits, right? They showed Domek a vision of our victory.
But they also showed Valenorth's destruction. We know that was false. They attacked our HQ instead.
Are you saying the spirits were lying?
I don't know, Pro. It's too complicated for me to say. But something tells me we can't trust the spirits anymore. If they come...
Oh, I didn't mean to that off. The mysterious man takes a deep breath before starting to talk. Domek and I sit forward in awe, almost in disbelief at the situation. The spirit realm was using a vessel to speak directly to us. I'm not sure if we should be honored or terrified.
The rulers of this world, the Triumvirate, already you take up arms against them. This is good. We were unable to do so in our current state. We were trapped.
Yeah. Mary, it'd be weird if it was, because I wouldn't be able to.
Trapped?
It all happened in the blink of an eye. Our glorious monarchy, destroyed in an instant. They showed no mercy. They showed nothing. Something happened. Something beyond words. We were simply living life, and then we were not. They forced us to watch them defile our world.
I don't understand.
Neither do we, but that is what happened. They stole our future, and our bodies. We were prisoners, bound by celestial chains as they had their way with our world.
So they didn't create Alestia?
No, but they created you, the new residents of Alestia, built in their image of perfection to counter our corrupt nature. They stole our world and our future, handing it off to you.
This is incredible!
Wow.
We do not share the same opinion.
No, I meant the story. I can't believe I'm hearing this right now. We always knew there was more to this world.
This is why we needed a voice. We've suffered for eternities, unable to speak, forced to watch, and cry for help upon deaf ears.
I have a few questions.
Of course.
So, the spirit realm is more like a prison, and it held you and your people captive. Huh. Then what are these visions and idols all about? Almost all of our culture has been built around them, especially Valinor, which is where the CRS comes from. Rumor has it that the Triumvirate wanted to destroy the idols.
Over time, we were forced to adapt. We changed. The idols are manifestations of our desire to reach out. They gave us the ability, however minimal, to speak with you.
The visions, you mean?
Yes, but our power was limited, and we were censored. This is why we could never tell you the truth through visions. Whenever we did, the Triumvirate made you see something else.
That's what they did this time, then? We saw Valinor getting attacked and strategized about that. But it seems like their plan was always to attack us down here.
Indeed, which is why we chose not to create another idol. Instead, we chose to influence the members of their honor guard, the barracks, the living quarters, the weapons. We did it all for you.
Graph5 sat up, and I will take a sippy, and also, Ami, thank you for the pets.
We did it so you would survive this trap and help us seek vengeance. It seems the cost was dire, but we succeeded. We shall succeed again. We wish to aid your assault on Balteus and take back our homeland.
So, you come from Balteus?
We lived all over Alestia, but Balteus was our capital. The castle there housed the monarch, our king or queen. We may have been corrupt, but we lived in peace. We were happy.
What do you mean by corrupt?
We are not certain. Perhaps there is inherent evil in all of us. The Triumvirate deemed that a flaw, and rewrote the world. When your kind was first made, you were mindless slaves, forced to carry out the Triumvirate's bidding. No free will. That is a gift we gave to you through the idols we created. Slowly, our corruption merged with the purity of your kind. That was the first step. After that, we created seers, beings capable of hearing our plight and leading insurrections. To this day, all have failed. We were not strong enough.
Wait, I know where this is going.
The man stands up, motioning his arms to suggest that we do the same. Dominic and I both do as instructed, dusting ourselves off, while looking up at him.
Yes, that is why we gave the CRS all of our power. Enough to wield that blade against your creators and our captors. The timing seemed correct. It is a gamble, but with favorable odds. However, there is another matter at hand. There is no more spirit realm. The idols are all gone, and the power resides within us and that blade. The power within you, CRS, is immense. You carry on our legacy.
Oh, no pressure or anything.
So now, I will call you what you are.
He immediately kneels down. Wait, am I the queen? Oh shit. I think I'm their queen. Also, Aaron. Oh. He immediately kneels down and looks at the floor. If I wasn't mistaken, it looks like he's swearing fealty.
Rightful heir to the throne of the monarchy, my queen. And I will serve you in this fight to take back our world. And together, we will all be free from their grip.
Yep, I am the It's a woo queen, not a woo woo. God.
Queen?
We exchanged glances, confused and shocked. The power inside of me made me heir to the throne? Knowing the truth of the spirits was enough, but this is too much. I take a few steps back, overwhelmed. How could I possibly be expected to process this?
Maybe we should slow down here.
We must not. To slow down would be giving them time. They've had enough. We've watched for far too long. The weight of our kind is upon you. Do not let us down.
Wow. Before I can even react, I hear the sound from the other side of the room. The rubble that blocked the exit started to crumble and fall to the ground. I can hear the harsh impacts of a pickaxe. They've found us. The man remains knelt on the ground. I tell him to rise. He obeys without question, clearly respecting my authority. He considers me as queen. I have no idea what to do or say.
As you command.
All of us turn and look at the exit. It isn't much longer until light pierces through. The final bits of rubble is out of the way, and Ulrich emerges.
Domek, we were so worried that you...
He immediately stops in his tracks, staring at us. It's clear that he's shocked at the sight of Solace. Portem, Valessa, and Pro enter shortly after.
What?
What? Alright, guys, I really need to get water really quick, so you know what? This is a perfect screen to take a quick BRB. I'll be right back. That's enough! Jesus Christ! You know I heard all this while I was away? Stop! God! Calm down! It's enough! Jesus Christ! I know, Ridley, I heard all of it in my fucking headset. I'm just sitting here trying not to start laughing in the kitchen while I'm making myself some tea. Okay. I'm just like, it's getting worse. Gabe, I hope that's one day a reality. How are you, sweetie? Welcome on in. Okay. Okay. Aw. I love you a bunch too. And the feeling is mutual, Gabe. I hope that life is treating you well. Good. God. Hi, Nox. Welcome on into the chaos. How are you doing? Jesus Christ, guys. All right. Okay, let's continue. Oh, that was a segment. Good God. Ulrich steps forward, immediately cautious. He looks ready to grab his blade at a moment's notice. I can understand how his confusion and shock manifest this way. No, I know, Nox. This was my first time seeing you, like, say hi, so to give you a proper welcome in. Also, hi, Knick-Knack, how are you? Yes, I got myself a big cup of iced tea, by the way. Oh, I love iced tea so much.
At ease, Ulrich. I'll try my best to explain.
Of course, Mary. You take care. Thanks for vibing. Dominic steps forward too, as if to guard both of us.
Everybody, let's go back to the atrium. There's much to discuss, and I'll tell you all the truth.
He looks over at the mysterious man and simply gulps.
Things just got a lot more complicated. For all of us.
As if it wasn't complicated enough. Come on, let's just pile it on! We all enter the atrium, and I notice Ulrich is still visibly shocked and angry. Pro seems the same, however it's less intense. They seem to recognize Solace. Even Valessa and Fortem seem anxious. Our old and very dead elder alive? Bodies scattered the floor as well as pieces of white and gold armor. Rebels cry, cradling the bodies of their fallen comrades in their arms. There weren't many people left standing. This was a catastrophic attack. Oh god, we have no percent. We're at 0% now. Dominic walks over to a nearby staircase and waves over me and Solace. We follow after him. I slowly ascend the stairs. It was time to tell everybody. When we get to the top, he rests his hands on the railing, taking a deep breath.
I guess this is it. Where do I even start?
He shakes his head before clearing his throat. He had a lot of ground to cover. The noise echoes throughout the atrium, and the surviving rebels turn to look. I know. Seeing Dominic at the top of the stairs, they gather to listen to their leader.
They say that mercy is the mark of a great man. But there are no great men in war. We've seen that here today. War is only a game to see how much you can lose before giving up. But trust me, we will never give up. Join me, brothers and sisters. Grab a blade from the floor, even if it belonged to their honor guard. Take it. I'd prefer that. The Triumvirate may think they've crippled our resolve, but no. Each swing of that blade will carry the weight of our fallen comrades behind it. We will use that weight to crush their army and make them pay for this attack.
More rebels start to crowd around, looking up at Domek. They have smiles on their faces as they nod along to his words. This inspires him to continue his speech, his morale rising quickly.
When the Triumvirate looks down on that blade in their final moments, I want them to know that they sealed their own fate. Mark my words, family. The Triumvirate shall fall. They will burn for what they've done here today.
Sir Fluffles.
And in the end, they will beg for the mercy they were too unkind to give to us. We will free this world from their grip and deliver it to the hands of the righteous. Our dynasty will be marked with blood, yes, but theirs was marked with far more.
He looked over to Solace and motions for him to step forward. Doing so, a lot of the rebels looked shocked, much like Ulrich and Pro.
The Spirit Realm has given us one final blessing. The truth. Standing here before you is not Solace. He has become a vessel. This is the Spirit Realm embodied, powered by our underground idol. Driven by the howls of countless spirits, he seeks vengeance. But he has also brought with him the answers to our every question. No longer shall we live in the dark. We know the true nature of things.
Everyone mumbles amongst themselves, clearly confused. I glance over to Ulrich and Pro, and they seem a bit more calm. As odd as this truth was, they seemed to trust Domek no matter what. Also, hey Frey, how are you?
We are not the only victims of the Triumvirate's wrath. The Spirit Realm is not what we believed. Not at all. What we cherished and worshipped was a prison. A prison to house the previous residents of Alestia. Residents that were deemed too corrupt by the Triumvirate. As they were pushed aside, we were created to serve. The Triumvirate did not create our world, but they did create us in the image of perfection. We were pure and existed only to follow their every order. But over time, the previous residents reached out from their prison. Growing in strength, they created what we called the Spirit Idols. These were used to slowly give our people the gift of free will. Though pure, we lacked the abilities to be ourselves. This was the greatest gift we could ever ask for. They opened our eyes, allowing us to fight back. But so far, every insurrection has failed. This is what we will change thanks to the CRS.
He waves me over, and I take a few steps forward. The rebels stare at me, with hope in their eyes. A perfect counter to the despair I saw earlier.
You see, the Spirit Realm is no more. All of the energy in that realm has found a new home. Some of it is in this vessel, and some of it is in the blade. But the largest portion resides within the CRS. This is why she is uniquely capable of wielding the blade. Alestia's previous residents, the ancient monarchy, are responsible. They saw a way to help us defeat the Triumvirate and took it. But you see, we no longer fight for ourselves. We fight for everybody. If we lose, both us and the monarchy perish. We cannot let this happen.
Yeah, I think it was not meant to be that way, but I'm really glad that it read it as she instead of he, even though there was a he there.
We are the only people capable of carrying out this objective. There won't be another chance. No more seers, no more blades. We will show them that their vision of a pure world is flawed. But in order to do so, I must step down as the general. You see, this army is no longer mine to lead. I'm sorry. This new truth changes both the world and our cause.
Domek motions to me, for me to come closer, so I do. He smiles. I'm standing right beside him, resting my hands on the banister. I see such a wide array of emotions coming from the rebels' faces.
As I mentioned, the Seeress was blessed with immense power. But what she truly has within is the souls of the monarchy, giving her the strength to use that blade. She is our champion. But she is more than just our champion. She is our queen. Rightful heir to the throne of Alestia, our true ruler. By decree of the spirits, we are hers to command.
No pressure or anything. All eyes are on me now. I glance over at Valessa and Fortem. They are in complete shock and awe at this revelation, but I am too. Without saying anything, I reach back for the blade and pull it out. I look at the rebels and hold the blade up in the air. The beam of light from the surface serves to illuminate its beauty. The illicit rigorous applause from the rebels as they cheer me on. Oh look, 5% up! I smile, looking down at my friends and comrades. In this moment, it seems like the hope we lost had finally returned. There was still lots to take care of, but we knew that this wasn't over.
If you'll excuse us, we need to make some new plans. But I'll have an itinerary posted in the barracks by morning. Until then, please do your best to clean up this atrium. And please, bring the bodies down to the spirit idol. It seems only fitting, and there's plenty of room. With that said, you're all dismissed. Thank you.
Dominik turns to face me and Solace. He smiles, realizing his job is done.
Well then, back to the war table. We need to talk about our next step. Without a bigger army, we won't win. And I think I know what to do. Come on, bring your friends too. I'll grab Ulrich and Pro. Let's do this.
Natalie, hello, how are you? Something seems different about Dominik. Oh my god, Snow.
Snow_Senkinsha just resubscribed for 15 months. Let me fucking fight. I wanna fight IT. It's a really loud dog and needs to be fought.
Well then come at me, bitch. Let's go. No, thank you for your Prime Gaming for 15 months. I can't believe it's already been... I know you will. Can't believe it's already been 15 months. Thank you so much for the love and support and being a wonderful friend for the past 15 months. Welcome back to being one of the wolves among us. And also, you could choose to use that Prime Gaming anywhere, but you choose to use it here. Thank you so much. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Yep, it's fighting time. Honestly, my mind's been fucking blown, Cuddly. I'm like all over the place with this game right now. Exactly, Snow. Exactly. Zen. He's not as happy and energetic as he was before, but he seems a lot more confident and resolute. Nope. When I get to the bottom of the stairs, Valessa and Fortem appear. I can tell they're overwhelmed, but they also seem happy for me. They seem to disregard the resurrection of Solace and focus on me.
I always knew you were special, but a queen and no more spirit realm. What's going to happen?
That is so cool, Cirrus! Or I guess I should call you Queen now. Or maybe Monarch? I don't know, it's just cool.
He laughs and shovels in place awkwardly. They may not want to talk about it, but they know. Everything feels off right now. Things are so confusing.
I hope that we can work all of this out. Let's go plan our next move with Dominik. I wonder what he has in mind for us.
I bet it's something amazing. He might not be the leader, but he's still a strategist. We need to make sure that we come back from this loss.
Drake. Valessa looks at all of the bodies on the atrium floor. It's also covered in blood, likely to stain for a long time. If Solace could come back from the dead, then what about them?
Yeah, we can't let their deaths be in vain. Like Dominic said, they need to give us strength. The only thing we can do is hope that it's enough.
Oh my god, shut up, Prezzo. We all arrive back at the war table, taking sighs of relief. Domic's speech was great. It helped the rebels find hope again. But they need more than words to win the upcoming battle.
So, we need to find a new army. But recruiting Mazaeans would take far too long. We need to take drastic measures and fast. This is where my initial plan comes into play. We can use that spiritual energy to create seers. They could see the outcome of every battle, every attack.
That doesn't make any sense, Domic. Visions lied to the Queen, led us into a trap. The Triumvirate could just do that all over again.
Hey, Darlinor. I noticed he used my new title. It still feels odd.
I'm not sure that's how it works. Beforehand, the visions came from their prison. That means the Triumvirate could tamper with the outflow. But now, all of that is in the hands of the Queen. There's nothing getting in the way. See what I mean? The power of the spirit...
That still doesn't make any sense. The spirit realm isn't what we thought it was, Domic. It was just a prison. How can that help us tell the future?
No worries, Andre. Go get some good rest. Thanks for vibing. Before Domic can respond, Paula steps forward.
That was our culture. We all had this ability. It is how the monarchy lived in peace and prosperity. There was no danger left unchecked. No chance. The world was being guided to the one true future. It is not unlike the concept of fate that some believe in, but it is tangible. We knew where we were going. Always. That is why the Triumvirate was such a shock to us. An unknown variable in a future we completely mapped out. It was too late to adapt. We were already shackled. We slowly learned to lend our foresight to your world. However, we were only strong enough to help one individual. This is the concept you have learned to call the Seer, or Seeress. Domic's theory is sound. There is no longer any interference. The source of this power is now the Queen, rather than a prison. She can freely give this power to any individual she pleases.
Wow.
Can she give it to herself?
Kinkaze.
We would not recommend this course of action. Every vision she induces would reduce her overall strength. It would whittle away at the monarchy, slowly killing us all. Furthermore, she does not know how to ration this power. She could end up expending almost all of it with a single vision. We would recommend giving a small portion of power to others. However, they would be rendered useless after this war. Using this power would be too much for their mind.
Useless?
They would be unable to think for themselves, or at all. The king could only do this because he grew up with that power. Just like our culture. To receive it too late can wreak havoc on the mind.
So they'd just sit around until they died?
Unless you fed them.
There must be another way. Just look in front of you. That energy could be used to bring back the forces we lost. We could create more vessels for the monarchy. More soldiers.
I think they might have been referring to a prior king. But if it was me, then mistakes. Ulrich was right. There was more than one choice here. It wouldn't be right to condemn our people to a zombie-like existence. If their minds died out after this war, they'd have no victory to enjoy.
We would not advise this action. We can barely maintain this form. The wounds that ended Salus are burning, as if freshly inflicted. It is only tolerable because of the immense power within us.
Oh, jeez.
Lesser beings would be feeling eternal pain, and death does not come easily to a vessel like this. Wounds endured during the war would add to this pain.
Good God. Also, hello, Victor. How you doing?
We would not wish this punishment upon anybody. Life in eternal pain, a constant memory of their own death. They perished for your cause. Give them the rest they deserve.
That's very fair. So this is called Winds of Change. It's a very lovely visual novel. We're in kind of very heavy moments of it right now.
I don't know. An army of seers would be great for strategizing, but stealing their own future from them? That's wrong. On the other hand, bringing back the dead? I'm unsure.
Well, so it's basically bring back the ones that died, but they would be in internal pain. Or create new Seeresses, but then they would have no purpose after the war and would become mindless.
The pain would fuel their rage and make them stronger. They could eventually learn to manage it with medicine. At least they'd have a future. The Seers certainly wouldn't.
There must be something else we can do.
Not if you wish to make use of this power. It is powerful when used, but limited in scope. I will help the Queen carry out whichever she decides.
Right, I guess it's not my place to choose. Sorry, I must be still adjusting to this change.
Oh, come on. God, these choices. Suddenly, all eyes are upon me. I have no idea what to say or do. Eternal pain or robbing futures? Creating seers would ruin their minds after the war. They'd just sit in a chair while we fed them to remain alive. But an army of vessels? They'd feel nothing but excruciating pain. Not even death would come to free them from that pain. The body could get ravaged, but the power would still be inside. If only it were possible to cure them of the pain after the war was over. Or for that matter, I wish it were possible to preserve the seers' minds. But neither option has a foreseeable cure. This is a choice involving the war. We needed an immediate boost in forces, and it seemed that no cost was too high. What would I do? Oh my god!
I'm sorry. I don't know. I really can't help you this time.
Thanks, Valessa.
You're asking too much of me.
Oh, come on!
Sorry. This isn't something I could possibly decide.
Well, wow, really? Yeah. Well, I'm not happy with either choice, but I feel like this is the one I'm gonna go with. They both suck. An army of seers would be the most useful. With foresight, they could dodge every attack. That would be essential as we attacked Voltaeus. They could help us strategize as well. but their true use would come on the battlefield, calling out attacks and preventing ambushes. I make my choice known to my allies. I met with uncertain gazes as I expected. Yeah. No, I agree, but like, it's hard either way. I don't like either choice. I really don't. But I think I less like the choice of bringing back our allies only for them to be in excruciating pain and for it to not even end after death. Go ahead, Noisy. There was no right choice in this situation.
Very well.
So, there we have it. What happens next?
I will take the Queen to the idol and help. After that, we must all reconvene in this war room. The strategies required for this newfound army.
They all nod and step closer to the table. I follow Solace out of the room and carry out my duty. As we leave, I can hear them planning, and I feel hopeful. Yay, another 5% risen. We will turn this defeat into the most profound victory. Under my leadership, we will witness the triumvirate fall. Reviving the dead to fight means they won't die as fast, and yes, it adds to their pain if hit, but you can leave the living soldiers for backup. Well rested and able to train up. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I follow Celis back to the room with the spirit idol. It's dark and dim. Its death, the monarchy was imprisoned no more. However, existing within vessels and the blade, was that considered freedom? Welcome back. Yeah. I wonder what would happen to the monarchy after this war. Their bodies are likely long gone. What would become of them? I wonder if there's a way to reverse everything the Triumvirate has done. But there's no time to think about that. It's time to create our army. Much to our luck, before we began, Milas arrived at the Rebel HQ. Alongside him with a massive amount of people from Valinor. His evacuation was successful. This meant far more soldiers. And it also meant a large number of volunteers. Knowing the importance of being a seer, they wanted to help. I suppose it was only fitting that we kept this tradition within Valinor. But part of me felt bad I was doing this to my own people. They were made aware of the repercussions, but still agreed. That made me feel a bit better, but didn't relieve me of the guilt. Welcome back. What kind of ice cream do you have? Yeah, this is, oof. It was just like I thought. The blade is an extension of the wielder's mind. Alice told me how to wield it, and I rested the blade on the volunteers. Almost like a knighting ceremony in the stories of old, I declared them seers. But he also told me the effects wouldn't happen immediately. They'd need to be watched carefully for the next day or so. When their powers kicked in, they would act irrationally. After that, we made our way back to the war table. I can only hope that things go as planned for our future? A good question. When we arrive, it seems like Dominic already had a strategy.
Absolutely not.
Ulrich, we have no other choice. Our forces require more than one major boost. Going to Alarinthia, we could convert them to our side.
Oh, he doesn't want to go to Alarinthia. Ooh, vanilla's good.
They don't want to be converted, they want blood. Plain and simple.
What about Vivian and her army?
Who?
I tell him about a book I read in the tavern. In Alarinthia, there's also a rebellion of sorts. A group who wants to change the way it runs.
I've never heard of this.
Apparently they follow after ancient ideals. An Alarinthian legend that wanted to change the nation. So far it seems like none have been strong enough to do so.
It's because strength always wins. Plain and simple. And with strength and power, they don't want anything to change. They only want to secure their own rule. Alarinthia is always the same.
Well, the mainland has never reached out before, right? If we team up with them, yourself included, we could win. If that's not possible, then maybe we can cut a deal with Draku.
Draku? He wants nothing more than to flex his power. He may rule over Alarinthia, but he's no ruler. Trust me.
Well, I think we have a good opportunity for him, actually. What better way to show strength than to dethrone gods? There's a couple of avenues to take here. We need to do this.
Excuse my lack of enthusiasm, Dominic. I think there are more pressing matters at hand. We still need to decide what to do with him.
He tilts his head towards Solace, who shakes his own head in return.
We require no maintenance. We simply wish to fight and teach. Our legacy demands to be passed on.
There you have it. I don't think there's anything we can do. He won't be of any harm to us, right?
That's what we thought about the Honor Guard. Are you really going to gamble on the spirits again? What if there's a chance he's just lying to us, Dominic?
We have no reason to lie, and we do not appreciate this accusation. Using the Honor Guard, we fortified these tunnels. It is thanks to us that you survived this ordeal. Many of our citizens were sacrificed in order to do this. Controlling the Triumvirate's forces was taxing, to say the least.
Then why did they kill almost all of us during the attack?
Our control was strong, but not strong enough. It was easy for the Grand Inquisitor to overpower us. Until today, he had never set foot in these tunnels. We do not mind answering questions, but we do mind being accused of wrongdoing. Everything we've done to help your cause.
To what end?
The Triumvirate's end.
Bad me. Ulrich concedes, simply shaking his head. It seems there was a counter to all of his objections.
I think we should just trust him, Ulrich. He's answered so many of our questions. Things make more sense now, wouldn't you say?
God damn. He doesn't respond. However, Fortem steps forward.
What should we call him, though?
We do not require a name.
You might think that, but you still need one. It's out of convenience, not necessity.
Dog it, Douglas McDog! Ow! Hello, Hello, Beans. Welcome on in. How was your stream? How was Super Animal Royale, sweetie? Yeah, I see you. I see you there. Guys, if you have not checked out Doggett Douglas McDog, please do yourself a favor and check this bean out. Super comfy vibes, wonderful artist, does some variety of games as well. Would highly recommend. I hope you're doing well. I hope your games were good. Did you guys get any wins? Were you playing with the community? Of course. Of course. I was so glad to get the chance to finally raid you, so I'm really glad I got that chance to do so. I'm glad to hear you had a good stream.
Convenience.
Yeah. Nobody really needs a name. It just helps us talk to one another, you know? It's especially helpful in battle, or while strategizing.
Very well. We will think of a name.
Don't tell me later I'm the one that's gonna get to decide on the name, because clearly no one else can make decisions. However, before much time passes, Valessa interjects.
How?
Howl? Ooh, I kind of like the name Howl.
Huh?
But then again, I'm a biased wolf, so go figure I'd like that name.
That's what Dominic said, right? Driven by the howls of countless spirits. It seems fitting, given the circumstances.
Valessa,
Oh my god, Nkaze.
We accept this moniker. However, we must discuss another matter. This strategizing you speak of, we wish to help.
That's my job, actually.
And look where it got you.
What?
Your blind faith in spirits caused all of this. Our judgment will not be clouded. We wish to take your place. Remember, you are no longer in charge. This is the Queen's choice.
God damn it! Al turns to face me.
We wish to be your advisor, Monarch. We've watched this world for almost an eternity. We know how the enemy works and thinks. It would be the wisest course of action. Dominic is responsible for this catastrophe. He would be unfit to give you advice in the future.
God damn, poor Dominic.
That is absolutely untrue. In this world, we learn from our mistakes, Howl. We don't condemn others based on bad decisions.
Perhaps that is why you are easily oppressed. There is no room for error in these final days. Perhaps in the future, you can atone for this.
I can tell that they're about to get locked in a heated argument. To avoid this, I slam my hands down on the war table, startling them. A loud echo reverberates through the room as I assert my authority. I'm so tired of having to make decisions. Like, I know it's the point, but god damn it! No, we're not polling. I gotta make these choices. Assert your authority. I know. I know. I know. The Bara Daddy. Yeah. No, we're not pulling it, MMX. I wish we could, but like... I haven't saved in a while, no. I haven't saved since I started stream. I did save now. You take care, by the way, Doggett. Thanks so much for the raid again. I appreciate it. I hope you have a lovely rest of your night. Alright, I think I'm gonna go with Howl.
We appreciate the opportunity.
Really?
Dominic looks crushed and defeated. But all I did was make the best choice I could. It's something I need to get used to in my new position. However, Dominic still needed to serve the rebellion. Suppressing his emotions, he focused on his duty. While we were busy at the idol, he formulated a plan.
Those matters aside, we still need to make our next move. There's an upcoming ball in Alarinthia. It's held annually. The palace is open for a few days only. We can go. It's likely that Vivian will make a move against Dracu. If she does, we can use that as an opportunity to form an alliance. If she doesn't, then we can seek out an audience with Dracu. Either side would have a wealth of forces to offer. We need their aid if we're going to win the final battle. I'll get the boats ready. We can leave tomorrow morning. I'm sure Alex will be able to give us a capable ship. If we're going to make this ball, we need the best of the best. Ships were part of our terms, so I'm sure he'll be able to comply.
He gathers up some papers and starts to walk away.
Meet back here in the morning, all of you. We can go over any last-minute stuff before we leave. The rest, we'll have plenty of time to discuss on the voyage.
Diamond! Oh! Diamond readers, welcome on in. How was your stream? How was Immortals Sphinx Rising? How did you enjoy yourself? Guys, welcome on in. If y'all have not heard of me, my name is Screaming Doggo, a variety streamer / screamer, and today we are enjoying the visual novel known as Winds of Change. I hope y'all had a lovely time with Diamond. Diamond, how are you doing? And guys, if you have not out, please go check Diamond out. Go give them the big heckin' love and follows. Absolutely deserves it. We'll nod at one another before leaving the town. I'm thankful that I'd be able to get some sleep, however little. I make my way back to my room, constantly checking my back. Another morale boost. They'd never catch us off guard again. Next time we fought, it would be their end. Hal has now permanently joined your party. And now I can go have my heart-to-heart with Hal. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. I enter my room and let out a loud sigh. I can finally relax. As short as my rest would be, it was better than no rest at all. I noticed I was followed, but I expected as much after what happened. It was Dominic. He approaches slowly and acts nervous. At least he doesn't appear angry with me.
Look, I just wanted to say no hard feelings. If anything, I'm angry with Howl. He was rude, blaming everything on me. That's not right.
Yeah, I saw it.
There's no way that this was all my fault. We were tricked and there was no way to counter it. We weren't in any position to doubt what the spirit showed us. But now, everything is different. I guess I'll take a step back for the time being. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise, you know?
Hello, Sasha. How are you, sweetie?
I'll get to relax and spend some time with the crew. I honestly can't remember the last time I got to unwind. Hopefully Howl is able to strategize as well as he lets on. But all those spirits inside of him, I wouldn't be surprised if they could outsmart me. I'm curious though, do you think he can induce visions?
I shrug, unsure of how to answer. However, that would be a useful tool.
I'm still confused about all this. He said that the visions were part of his culture, right? But they didn't see the triumvirate coming? Not at all. Just what are they? Where did they come from? Are there other worlds out there that have fallen victim to this? If there are, then what chance do we stand?
I'm doing all right. There has been a lot that has happened in this, and my head's still kind of spinning from it all. Like, a lot. It's definitely a lot. I'm now a queen. It's been a time, Sasha. How's lunch going though? It's true, the implications of this truth were staggering. However, we had something that nobody else would. I take the blade off my back and rest it against the wall.
I guess that blade really is our only hope. Look, I'll let you sleep. I know how interruptions can be. I just wanted to let you know that I don't hate you. I never will.
Oh.
Whether I'm your strategist or not, you're still our savior. Besides, I could never speak out of turn. You're royalty now. Just make sure to be responsible with your influence, Monarch.
He gave me a slight bow as a sign of respect before leaving. I'm not sure what happened, but he seemed different now. I guess the events that happened today would change any man. I lay down in bed, and it isn't much longer before I drift off to sleep. When I wake up rested and refreshed, I head to the war room. Everyone is there as expected. It's time to get things moving. Yeah, I'm not really sure, Drake. It could be one way or the other, and it definitely did. It definitely did, Rezo. Aw, you're so sweet. And ooh, a breakfast burrito sounds tasty. Well, from what we've gotten when we've had our conversations with Domek is that he was kind of thrust into the position, and it was a lot, and he couldn't remember the last time he'd had a break, and he's been basically holding up a strong front forever and not really being able to rely on anyone else to a great extent because he has to be the one to lead. So this is a chance he has not gotten. So I think he's been like going at this since a young age. So, you know, Al approaches the war table and rests his hands upon it. Before speaking, he moves pieces of wood around the war table. They represent different things. He rests the rebellion's pieces over Alarinthia.
We sail for Alarinthia to forge an alliance. However, the nature of that alliance remains to be seen. It will be with either the insurgent Vivian or the ruler Draku. We will meet with both under the guise of a ball, held annually. It is a celebration of Draku's power and influence. It is also the perfect chance for Vivian to make a move, or challenge him. Both parties will be present, so we will see what both can offer. Our goal is Alarinthian allies to aid your final assault on Balteus. Domek worked with our pirate allies to secure transport. We will meet at the docks after we've done talking here. It will be a skeleton crew to avoid arousing suspicion. There should be enough beds for all of us to sleep. The voyage will end at this time tomorrow. Enough food and drink will be packed for all of us. Bring your essentials. We will provide everything else.
Yeah, exactly. Toyful.
Are there any objections?
Glances over at Ulrich, who returns a piercing gaze.
Except for that one.
Ulrich shrugs, and the meeting continues.
The volunteers from Valinor are starting to have visions. They will accompany us to Alarinthia and help our cause. Thankfully, there were no side effects or losses. We have our army of seers, Monarch. Hopefully, you'll get to meet them soon. With all of that said, I think it's time to end this meeting. Are there any questions before we head to the shipyard? Remember, once we leave, we may not be back for a while.
Vortem steps forward.
what exactly happens at this ball?
I'm not sure. Dancing and feasting, I'd imagine. Draco wants to pamper everybody he can. That's his goal. If his people are happy, then there's less fighting over the throne.
So, basically one big party, then?
Correct.
Awesome. The last party we were ever going to have was cancelled. Let's say we finally have your induction ceremony, eh, Cirrus? Except now it's not for being a Cirrus. It's for being a queen.
We all nodded at each other. It's true. My last ceremony was canceled. It was Draco's party, but we could celebrate for our own reasons.
Just try not to draw attention to yourselves, all right? It may be a party, but Alarinthia's fate will change behind the scenes. Remember why we're there, and don't lose sight of our original goal.
Cassie! Ow! Cassie Breeders, welcome on in. How was your stream? What were you up to? Ooh, retro. How was retro? What did you end up getting up to today? I'm curious. And guys, welcome on in. If y'all have not heard of me, my name is Screaming Doggo. I am a variety streamer / screamer. And today we are enjoying the visual novel Winds of Change. And if you guys have not checked out Cassie, Cassie is an adorable, lovely being. Very supportive. And you should definitely go check them out.
Of course.
Fortem steps back, satisfied.
Why didn't Vivian make a move at any of the other parties? I guess I mean to ask, what makes this year special? What if we go there and she ends up doing nothing?
That is when we focus only on Draco. No matter what happens, we have options. It is wise to plan for roads we may not even take.
Cassie_Lunapina just resubscribed for 3 months. Art Wooey not a style tilde.
Cassie, thanks so much for Prime Gaming for 3 months. Holy heck, I can't believe it's already been 3 months. Thank you so much for the love and support. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for using your Prime here. You could choose to use that anywhere, but you chose to use it here. Thank you again. How are you doing, Bean? Oh wait, so wait, you played Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask Random. Ooh, so you've been very busy today. Well, I hope you had a lot of fun though. Sorry, I'm gonna replay this because I think it got drowned out a little bit.
That is when we focus only on Draco. No matter what happens, we have options. It is wise to plan for roads you may not even take.
2 items. Oh no. Yeah, that would be frustrating. Wait, it was both of them in one? That sounds insane.
All right.
Valessa nods, her curiosity sated. There's a brief silence and no further questions.
Very well. Meeting dismissed. You have 3 hours to pack and get to the docks. Our goal is important, so we will leave you behind.
Wow, he doesn't leave like any stone unturned. Oh yeah, definitely. No worries, you get some rest. Cassie, I hope that you have a good rest of your night. Thank you for sharing your community on over here. I really appreciate that. With that said, almost everybody rushes out of the room. Except for Hal. He stays behind and eyes me down. Before I get ready to leave, I ask him what he wants.
We've been given a room in the crew quarters. Please stop by and see us before you leave. It is important for us to learn more about you.
He bows at me before leaving.
Until then, Your Highness.
He was definitely taking this monarch thing seriously. But given his culture and the power within me, it makes sense. I take one last look at the war table before heading out. No worries, Donia. Donia, just for you before you head out. Ow! I hope you have a lovely rest of your night. Thanks so much for vibing with us. Or day, whatever time zone it is for you. The war table is used to track your relationships with each character. The amount of hearts indicate how many heart-to-hearts you have completed. When a character's heart gauge reaches 4, you can click them to access a special scene. These scenes are required to earn each character's loyalty. The loyalty of your followers affects both morale and their fate. Do not neglect heart-to-heart conversations or these special loyalty scenes. When you wish to depart for Alarinthia, return to the Museo docks. A new map icon will display by the ship at the front of the shipyard. So obviously, I've done all the heart-to-hearts to my knowledge so far. So I'm very close to Fortem's fourth one to get that loyalty. Everyone else is at 2. We just got Howl. So Howl's gonna take a bit, but it's really cool that they've got these. Also, I have a side. Yes, I have a parallel chronicle for Sovi. Sovi and his crew quickly made their way back to the docks. Hiding in the alleyway, much like before, they gathered their bearings. Things hadn't gone according to plan, and their true mission was a failure.
What happened, Sovi? I thought you had everything under control. Get in, kill the Seeress, and destroy the idol.
It's not that simple, Halen. I tried my best, and it wasn't a total failure. We've dealt them a blow from which they'll never recover.
And you think the Triumvirate will be okay with that? They don't tolerate failure. I'll get dragged into this too. I don't want to suffer due to your inability to succeed, Sovi. Let's not even mention the Blade of Exodus. You just let them walk away with it. I can't believe you were so foolish.
Don't worry. We'll get the job done. They'll be happy enough with Damek out of the picture. It'll buy us time while we formulate another plan, Halen.
Yep.
If you're lucky enough to get another chance, you mean. You'll need a pretty good excuse to get away with this.
Sovi sighs, looking down at the ground.
I hesitated, Halen. I had her in my grasp, and I hesitated. There was something in my head saying not to kill her. The same instinct I always listen to and am praised for. That instinct has yet to let me down. I feel like she was meant to survive this battle. We'll have more chances to kill her in the future. Besides, with the condition I left her in, she'll be an easy target. Next time we cross paths, even a child could take her down. This isn't as bad as you think, Halen. Today, we won.
Man, he is really delirious about that win that is not actually a win for him, or them, for that matter. Also, hello, Arctic. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna stand and fix the comfort of my chair. One sec. The standing stretch was in order anyway. Also, hello, Momo. How you doing? I know. He's really trying to convince himself that he did some actual damage. Aw, thank you, Momo. I really like this model a lot. It's probably definitely one of my more favorite models for sure. Also, hello, Arctic. How you doing? Yep, exactly.
For your sake, I hope they buy that excuse.
No, Halen. We must never tell them the truth. Tell them the Seeress slipped through our grasp. I trust you to keep this silent for the time being.
Oh boy.
You want me to lie for you now?
Imagine being asked to lie to your like superiors, especially coming from the guy who's basically treated you like they didn't fucking want your ass because they work alone. So just imagine, you know, where's the line that needs to be drawn here? That's what I want to fucking know. Like, what is the tipping point? I'm very curious to see if we hit that tipping point. Yeah? You're not, no. How dare you? Flumi, you're not allowed. Also, you take care, Sasha. I hope the rest of your shift goes well. It was good to see you, Bean. Don't do it. It's not allowed.
It's for the best. Just trust me. I would do the same for you, Halen. Together, we will acquire any lost honor.
You keep that marker away from my snoot. I will bite you. I will bite you.
Fine, but next time I'll watch you. If you can't finish the job, then I will. There's no place for hesitation in a time of war.
Wow, how dare you, Lumi. Sylvie nods and Halen walks away. This leaves Sylvie alone with Shane.
So, how are you feeling?
I'm fine.
You look conflicted.
I said I'm fine.
Wow, fuck you, Drake.
Look, you killed Damek, Shane. I can understand what you're going through.
Oh, can you?
Yes, I did the same thing in the past. Before I joined the Triumvirate, I killed them all. Liars and cheaters deserve no less of a punishment.
He looked so sad, though. Like, how do I know what you said was true? A face can say a lot more than words ever can.
He was sad because he got caught, Shane. He thought you were dead, so he didn't expect it. You rose from the grave to deliver your vengeance.
I'll put him into the water. He's being fucking played so hard and he fell for it.
That is an opportunity he shall never have. He didn't hesitate to send you to your death, remember? There's no reason to give him a courtesy he never gave you. Offering that olive branch is a good way to get yourself killed. There's no going back now, Shane. You're one of us. After what you did, you're their enemy. For good.
Huh?
Yes, but you are no longer an enemy of the Triumvirate. They will sing your praise and give you your every desire. The victory of our battle was all thanks to you, Shane.
Wow, Shane's gonna be the fucking scapegoat.
I'm not sure how to feel.
God, I'm pretty. Oh God, I just my worry and me foreseeing that Shane's the scapegoat in a sense, and then possibly Halen being the scapegoat as well for Phil because Sylvie is ready to throw everyone under the fucking bus.
Sometimes you need to act rather than react. Push those feelings aside and focus on survival. There are many rebels who will seek you out for revenge. And I expect you to show all of them the same treatment. Welcome to the Inquisition, Shane. The right side of history.
Alrighty, so that's done. I think that's it for now. Now we can go to the crew quarters and have the heart-to-heart with Howl. Yes. I enter Howl's room and notice him standing with his back to me. He's in the corner of the room with his hand pressed against the wall. He's mumbling to himself, and I do my best not to startle him at all.
Bodies everywhere. Screams for help. blood flowing, corpses held tightly in their arms. They cry for the lost, but the lost do not answer, for they have no voice.
Oh. Oh yeah, pretty much, Drake. It kind of like reads that like a fucking open book.
He feels shame, like he's responsible for all of this, but soon after, he feels nothing at all. Until he rises again, vengeance controls his mind. It drives his clouded judgment. We see the future as expected, but also the past. We see your death, Monarch, even if it didn't happen. Why does time play such tricks on our memories?
He turns to face me, so he knew I was here all along.
Are these memories, or perhaps echoes? That is what I wish to talk to you about, Monarch. Our mind is overwhelmed, but not in the usual sense. We expected you to say that. We've heard it before. It's almost like you had no other choice. Interesting. Things are different now that we're free. So different. Exiting that prison has taken its toll on our minds. And there, our sight was limited, but not anymore. Instead of just the future, we see everything. We see the past, and consequences of actions not taken. The possibilities are infinite, and this is hard even to fathom. We must narrow our vision. These details are unimportant. We may not be of much use at the moment, Monarch. It will take some time to adjust to these new circumstances, if we choose to adjust, that is. Further evaluation is required. We see a past where we failed to save you, Monarch. You fell to your wounds, and Alestia had no hope at all. Damek, too. The failure of the rebellion was certain. Pirates rushed to help, but not led by the same leader. Ulrich sacrificed himself to use the blade and create an army. The Monarch vessels, or perhaps the created seers. Why do you say that seeing these things is important? It is death and carnage, the loss of all hope, and ultimately, death. Only one thing remains constant in all of us, the Blade of Exodus. We saw you say this as well. It led to ruin. Our culture was always focused on avoiding the wrong future. We've never thought about seeing numerous versions of the past. But we are sure that we see these things for a reason. Perhaps there is a secret to find, or a link hidden between them all. As we travel, we will do our best to learn more about these visions. We simply wish to make you aware that they exist. It is the opposite of everything we've ever encountered. But at the end of the day, so are you. A huge anomaly.
I'm not sure what he means, since he speaks so cryptically. But he's having visions of different pasts, not just the future. That would be jarring to me as well. I only ever saw the future. But it was almost always a future that we wanted to avoid. How could you see a different past? There was always... that was always set in stone. Let alone past so different as to detail the deaths of my comrades. There had to be a reason. He was right. But it's unlikely that we'd find an answer anytime soon. He'd have to put up with this burden for a little bit longer.
It pains us to see visions of your death, Monarch. Future or past, it is something we wish to avoid. You carry our legacy. You are everything to us. We request some time alone, if you'd give us the honor. We will do our best to focus on more positive things.
He turns back to the wall and places his hand upon it.
Sharing an apple in a back alley, a growing bond. Alcohol brings forth childhood dreams, dreams of change. You grow close to a comrade, despite their two-faced nature. A man seeks family to replace the one he never had. There's a girl who finds the strength to succeed in her friends. We wonder where we fit in amongst this group. We hope we can.
He looks down at the floor and I take a few steps back. For now, it's probably best to leave him be. He seems overwhelmed. In his situation, I would be as well. He has to process a lot of new information. If I can find my place in all of this, so can he. Perhaps we have more time to talk on the boat ride. I leave for the docks, confident to help him more in the future. Yeah, you can. Go for it. If I go back to the war table now, he has a heart. Also, hello, Furry. Welcome on in. You will be unable to return to the mainland until after Act 4. Knowing this, would you like to set sail? Yes. Hal gave me different dialogue as to what he saw based on my choices. So that shows your choices matter. That's actually really neat. And I like the influence is, I like how the influence is based on the decisions that the person playing makes on the game. It's not so scripted that no matter what choices you make, they're the same. So I kind of like that Place went to so much effort to you know, signify the differences. I really quite enjoy that. Hope you're doing well, Furry. Like there's a lot of love put in this game. I make my way to the ship as Dominic instructed. Everyone is already gathered around. Am I late? Before long, I'm spotted by a few of my friends.
Hey there, Monarch. I'm glad to see you made it on time. They're just about ready to leave Mazeo. I'm so excited to see what Alarinthia is like. I mean, except for the heat, of course. Yikes. But I guess there'll be plenty of time to adapt.
Yeah, I don't think our visit there will be a short one. It's kind of a tall order, forming an alliance with Alarinthia. They take their independence seriously, even more than Valinor.
You take care, Menti. I hope your appointment goes well. Thank you so much for vibing, by the way. Always appreciate you being. You take care. Yeah, this is where Drake would live in this world.
I think that Vivian will be our best shot. Hopefully you and Hal can get along, Monarch. It's a new partnership, but it certainly shows promise.
Upon hearing his name, Hal's ears perk up. He walks towards me, ending his previous conversation. I can't believe this was all organized so fast and so efficiently.
Monarch, glad to see that you made it. We were just talking with some new supporters. It appears that our partnership is welcomed by many. We are not the only ones who hold Dominic accountable. If it's okay, we'd like to introduce you to a few of them. Hopefully they will solidify your choices correct.
I nod and follow Hal back to where he was before. A few rebels stand there, smiling as they see me. Hal motions towards them and I step forward. Yeah, that's fair, Noisy. That's fair.
Pleasure to meet you, Monarch. I'm glad to see that you survived the attack. Thanks to Dominic, not everybody was so lucky.
Oh. Be nicer to Dominic, damn it. He looks cool, though. I like the design.
They told us he was an unparalleled strategist. Well, if he is, he lost the chance to prove it to us. I gotta say, I'm glad you changed the way things are run.
He's cute. He's cute.
Yeah. Hal seems like the perfect choice, Monarch. It's good to know that we're in the hands of somebody wise. Under your command, we'll recover from this and win.
That's such a vibrant yellow. They're all really nice looking. They all step away and go about their business. So there are other rebels who think Domik is responsible. That means that there are others that support Domik. I hope this is okay. Conflict is the last thing we need among our own forces. Right? Right? Malbona, is that how you say your name? Is it Malbona? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Was added in, or I flat out forgot about him. Noisy. It would definitely hinder our morale in the coming storm. I turn back to Hal, who seems happy and relaxed. Okay, good.
We should probably get going, Monarch. Everything is on the ship, and everybody is here. Alex worked overnight to make sure we were ready.
Because guys, if I ever say your name and I'm not saying it right, please correct me. I grew up trying to correct people of how my name was supposed to be said, so I try to make it a point to make sure I'm saying y'all's names correctly. Talk about dedication.
Shall we continue the rest of this discussion at sea? If anything, it'll help pass the time. Alarinthia is quite far away. We'll take a shipping route used by our people in ancient times.
I nod and start to follow him aboard. Everybody else follows suit until we're all loaded up. This would be my first time at sea. I hope my body takes it well. I ship. The boat is rather large. Nick can easily fit us all. Wasting no time, as soon as we're on, they prepare to set sail. Pirates run about the ship, making last-minute preparations. I even see Milas aboard, and that slightly surprises me. However, before I'm able to say anything to him, the pirates take charge. Their leader steps in the middle of the deck and shouts orders.
Come on, everybody, let's do this! They'll write about this voyage in the history books. Let's give them something memorable to read about.
His crew nods and exchange witty banter as they prepare. It seems like life as a pirate could actually be pretty fun. I'm glad that we chose to support him. He seems nice. I walk to the center of the ship and slowly inspect my surroundings. It's a bit packed, but that's because nobody went to the crew quarters yet. I could tell from the outside that this place has more than enough space. As soon as Hal sees me, he slowly steps towards me. A few people follow behind him. More introductions? I guess it's better than being lonesome on the voyage.
Monarch, we're almost ready to set sail. However, there are people who wish to meet you. It seems that you are the subject of much praise to them.
I'll be sure to, Noisy. I'm a big appreciator of music. I know, I'd like to kiss and romance Alex. He's cute!
And it is deserving. You turned them into seers. This is a gift that only a select few in history has received. Come chat with us when we set sail. I'll take my leave until then.
He steps away from me with loud, heavy steps. It seems that he's still getting used to this new body. I turn to meet those new people ready to make friends.
I must thank you for this gift, Monarch. It was alarming at first having all these visions, but now we know they can be used to secure victory.
What interesting eyes this character has.
We know that we may not be able to enjoy this victory, but honestly, I would give anything to serve somebody like you. All I ask is that you go on to live happy lives after the war.
Wow, also her eyes! Jesus Christ, they're so pink!
These happy lives may elude us, but we've accepted that. To give our friends a bright future? No price is too high to pay. We are yours to command, Monarch, until we are of no further use.
Wow. I nod, dismissing them. It's good to see that things went well. Honestly, creating Seers could have gone horribly wrong, horribly fast. To know that I used the blade effectively gave me great pleasure. I continue to walk along the ship, taking in everything I see. After a few steps, I notice Ulrich and Pro are lost in conversation.
Stop whining, Pro. This trip will be over before you know it. I have my complaints too, but there's nothing I can do.
Oh no, does Pro get seasick? What did the zombies say? Oh, really?
But you're not scared of the sea, Ulrich. Oh, this is gonna be like torture, I know it. Do you know where I can find some buckets?
Also, Nala, hello. It's been a fantastic experience so far.
Getting queasy already? We haven't even set sail.
Oh, poor Pro gets motion sickness.
Oh man, you're making it worse.
I laugh and continue walking. More of my comrades are talking amongst themselves. That's good. We had a long and likely boring voyage ahead.
But that's not Salus, right? He's been dead for a while. Oh man, I'm worried for Milas.
Nala, are you a snake? Or naga of some sort, maybe? I see you do the spin. Ooh. Ooh, can we see your other emotes? I love snakes. I love snakes. Oh my god, yes. You're Chad. Say the same. They feel a little pain. Huh. Aww. Your emotes are very cute. Oh my god, I love your heart so much. It's a purple heart. Aww. Your stab is so menacing. Oh my god, your goober emote. Aw, these are really good. I love them. Yes. So cute. You are the king of goober? Good. Flaunt it.
It's weird to see him alive, but I also know it's not really him.
Are you even listening to yourself right now? I can't believe we can say these things and mean them. Like, what's going to happen with no more Spirit Realm?
Who knows? Everything we knew was wrong. At the end of the day, maybe Valonorth will be fine. I don't see how some prison could have kept it warm.
Yes. Tea sip. Tea sip. That's really good.
You're right. And that's amazing. Let's push all this weirdness aside and agree on that. We'll ask Salus. I mean, Hal, for sure. When we get the chance.
Of course.
Oh, she looks very cute too. It seems that they're still digesting these events. I can't blame them. Everything is pretty crazy right now. Thankfully, we have plenty of time to continue digesting. Alarinthia was almost a day away. At least we'd get to sleep. But until then, I'd better make use of this time to talk to my friends. A lot has happened in the last day. I should check up with them. The ship shakes slightly and I lose my balance for a moment. I guess we're setting sail. I've never actually been at sea before. Pirates run amok, as if getting to their designated workstations.
All right, everybody, here we go! We want a smooth voyage, so don't forget your schedules. Those of you with the graveyard shift, I'll make it up to you.
Climbs up the ropes netting on the side of the ship and looks at the horizon. With a smile on his face, he points towards the vast body of water before us.
To the seas we go!
We have traveled long
This is so pretty. Also, no worries, Serge. You take it easy, okay? I'll do that save for you. His cruise repeats this as if it were a mantra before we set sail. I guess this was it. We were on our way to secure an Alarinthian alliance. Clicking the arrow in the top right will continue the story and the voyage to Alarenthia. It is highly recommended that you complete the series of onboard heart-to-hearts. Oh, definitely so, Serge. Dominic sits in a bed, staring down at the pendant I saw him hold back at HQ. He had faced death and came out the other side. That would change any man. But what happened while he was gone? That's a question that's been on my mind. I approached cautiously, careful not to startle him out of his reverie. When I get close to him, he looks up to me, making no effort to hide his tears. He finally had time to process everything that had happened back in those tunnels.
I was such a fool, Monarch. Shane tricked me. I was careless. I should have never let him get close to me.
You take care, Rafa. Rest well. Hope you feel better.
He knew my weakness and exploited it. He made me so happy to see him again, I thought I was finally ready.
Weakness? What does he mean?
Will you have a seat with me, Monarch? I guess I should tell you the truth of what happened. From the sidelines, I must have looked incompetent.
Please do, Noisy. I want to listen to it all later.
I mean, I'm trained in combat, you know. I should have been able to avoid Shane's dagger with ease. It's what they're all thinking, even if they don't say anything.
With my interest piqued, I sit down beside Stomach. He puts the pendant into one of his pockets and turns to face me. I could tell that his crying spell was over. He was more calm and collected.
Back during the occupation, my parents were killed. I saw them murder my father with no hesitation. Blood. Everywhere. After that, my mother took my hand and tried to find us some shelter. We didn't make it very far. We saw all the bodies in the town square, mountains of them. The ground was full of blood, almost like an ocean. If you look closely, you can still see some of the stains, even today.
Jesus Christ. Enjoy that lurk, by the way, Nala. This seemed unrelated to Shane's attack, but I sit and listen. He told me he'd tell me the truth, so I should see where this goes.
My mother made a judgment call and did something risky. What's the one place they would never look for survivors? That's right, amongst the corpses, covered and crushed by them.
Christ.
I was crying, but she helped me get underneath a bunch of bodies. She played dead and lay on the outside, holding my hand as tight as she could. I remember how she kept telling me that everything would be okay. That soft whisper.
No.
She didn't make it very long. They found her and stabbed her over and over. I felt her wince every time. The grip of my hand got tighter and tighter. Then, after a while, it just let go. I got to feel her final moments.
Oh, come on. That's really fucked up.
The voice telling me that everything would be okay soon went silent. I was left there, under a pile of bodies, covered in blood. The last embrace I remember, the last time I held a hand.
Jesus Christ.
It's not something I could ever do again. It just reminds me of that day. Now you understand how Shane made me freeze in fear and surprise. He was the only other person I told this to. He used that to trick me. And he would have killed me too, if it wasn't for you and Howl. I was finally ready to get close to somebody again, and then this happens. That's how I know Shane wasn't just acting. He played dirty, and he wanted me dead. There was so much running through my mind the moment he stabbed me. I thought perhaps he was trying to win over the Triumvirate so he could get more intel. But then he stabbed me again, and again. I knew that the man I once knew was gone.
God.
They did something to him while he was imprisoned. They won him over. I don't know how they did it, but they turned him into a completely different person. We must never let another one of our allies fall under their thrall. Never.
I nodded, agreeing with Domik. But that was a horrible story. Going through that as a child? His aversion to physical contact makes perfect sense now. And Shane is an awful person having taken advantage of that. Startling Domik, making him relive those memories and killing him? That was despicable.
Sorry for dropping all of that on you, Monarch. I just needed to tell somebody. It was eating away at me. And I trust you. I know you'd never do anything like Shane did.
That goes without saying. However, the room soon falls to silence. Domik fidgets awkwardly, clearly nervous.
Well, I guess that's enough to kill any conversation. Like I said, I'm sorry for dropping all of that on you. Anything else you need to say to me while you can?
Say nothing and offer my hand to Domik. In response, he winces and moves a few inches away. I'm not sure what I expected, but it just felt right in the moment.
I'm sorry, Monarch. I'm just not ready.
Hey, Fira. He gulps and gives me a nervous smile.
It means a lot, though. It really does. I just have to put this barrier up for my own benefit. I don't want to hurt you either, if that makes any sense. This is war. I almost died back in the Rebel HQ. If I did, can you imagine the pain you would feel? Getting close at a time like this could be disastrous.
He smiles and gets out of bed. I do so as well. I could tell that he was ready to end this conversation.
Well, shall we call it then? I think this is as good a time as any. Let that new information process for a while. When it comes to my past, that's about it. From now on, we can look to the future. I hope it's just as bright as I picture it.
I'm doing alright, Fira. How are you doing? With that, he walks away from me. Back up to the deck. I was glad that he liked me enough to tell me about his past. It was my duty to never take advantage of that, like Shane did. I'm glad you're doing well. Pet, 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 pet. I'm petting you back, Snow, and you can't stop me. God, I do too. But the thing is, Drake, is he doesn't want any kind of physical contact. The only reason I chose what I chose was I thought, you know, just a hand. Like I wasn't asking for a hug or anything, but just a hand to squeeze might be something that he'd appreciate it. But wow, how fucking dare you? Al stares off into the ocean, deep in contemplation. I imagine that he's have a lot to think about and a lot to process. Last time we talked, he seemed conflicted about whether or not he fit in.
Monarch.
Yeah? He turns to face me and give me a small wave, welcoming me. I stand beside him, and we stare off into the ocean together. The sun causes it to glisten, sparkling with a gentle beauty.
We're still conflicted. These thoughts won't go away. Visions of needless violence and senseless destruction. You may tell us that they aren't real, but we're unsure.
Heyo, Drawkill, how you doing?
The emotions that well up within us are far too real. Is it possible for fake events to elicit real emotions? Or are we perhaps hearing echoes of the past?
No, it's very much a possibility for that to happen. Here, thank you for the pets. I appreciate it. Echoes of the past? What does he mean?
Let us phrase it differently. You know visions, yes? The monarchy used them to guide us to the best possible future. How can you know that best possible future without trial and error? There would still be many futures left unseen, and many pasts avoided. Knowing one true course of action requires disregarding millions of wrong ones. What if we are simply seeing these many avenues, almost like our visions have evolved?
Ooh, congrats, Strongkill. That's awesome.
If not evolved, then perhaps gotten muddled. Rather than see the one important future, we see everything. We do not know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, Monarch.
It kind of makes sense when you think about it. Seeing the best possible future was like one side of a coin. The other side still exists, and it's left covered up, unseen. Many wrong futures, many wrong choices made. The mind likely blocked these out for a reason. Maybe he's sensitive after escaping his prison.
If this is true, then we exist unbound from time. A string in a labyrinth, with no one holding the other side. No one to tug, no one to guide us in the right direction.
What did you see on your way back, Ryuji? And welcome home, by the way.
No one, of course, except for you. Our visions may be useless at the moment, but are yours. We would recommend that you try inducing a vision, Monarch. Not right now, of course, but in your own time. However, when you do, we would request a favor. If you see the future, embrace it, but also look into the past.
Oof.
The future you see blossoms from choice and consequence. Look back at those choices made, and conjure up the choices unmade. The loss, the heartbreak, the death. Maybe then you will know what pains us.
Oh, heck. That's not good, Ryuji. He's plagued with bad visions. He no longer sees the one true future. He sees everything. That is a curse that I would wish upon nobody. Can't even imagine how many times he's seen us all die. What?
There is only one thing that remains constant throughout these visions. Yourself, the Blade of Exodus, and the death it feeds off of. There is something self-serving about all three of these things. You always have that blade, and the people around you always die. When they do, it's almost like that makes the blade more powerful. It's like there's an essence released from our bodies when we pass on. But is that the essence of life, or the essence of death? Perhaps that is a choice the wielder of the blade must make. What do you think, Monarch? Is that energy life, or is it death?
When we die, I think our spirit is released. That's our life. The energy is released when we die. It's made of death. I would say life.
An interesting thought, to say the least. If it's up to the wielder, at least we know where you stand. That blade is such a mysterious thing, and it grows ever stronger.
Yeah. He's almost cryptically telling me what I already know. I know that the blade deals with the spirit of its victims. Triumvirate used it to create their own massive army. Even if it kept a portion of every soul, it would get stronger with every kill. That, combined with the power of the monarchy inside, immense power. A bit ironic if a portion of everybody the Triumvirate killed was used to end them.
We wonder if you possess this ability as well, to see the past, even when you stand in the present.
Yuki, hi, how are you?
Is that a curse meant only for us, or a gift to be further honed? It eludes our understanding, and we wish to know for sure. When we come back to the mainland, please return to Valenorth. Close your eyes, concentrate on the past, and talk to your comrades.
I mean, sounds about right, Yuki.
Do they speak as they do now, or as they did back then? We think that this answer will be very enlightening for us. And if it is, then maybe you can understand our plight. How do we know where we are if our surroundings fluctuate? What if we already had this conversation, and this is but an echo? Perhaps we reside at the end of time, simply witnessing our demise.
Deep. Okay, now he's lost me.
Sorry, we must appear insane. It's just hard, not being grounded in the present. The one downside of visions, being lost in time, dreaming of that brighter future, and ignoring the present, looking back on the past, and focusing on our mistakes. We experience this tenfold, even mistakes we did not make.
Oof. Also, how you doing, Mighty Mouse? Yeah, I don't get... Automod is so weird sometimes. How is the word violent such a bad thing? Like, good God.
When we see your death, we feel pain. A pain worse than death. The loss of hope. That blade falls to the ground, coated in your blood. Comrades scream in agony as they befall the same fate. Then why do we stand there, only capable of watching? We wish to help you avoid this fate. That is our duty. We apologize for the lack of sense, Monarch. Your time is more valuable than that, limited as it is. Perhaps next time, we will make more sense of everything. But try not to forget our advice and our request. We know there is a purpose for all of this. There must be. Together, we will find it, rather than stand here and complain.
Ooh, nice. I wish you luck on that, Mouse. And also, no worries, Yuki. I hope you can have a nice chill vibe here with us. I understand that feeling sleepy as fuck. I nod before leaving him behind. He was suffering, I could tell. I had enough trouble dealing with visions of the future. I almost feel tortured. If there was anything I could do to help him, I'd have to do it when I had the chance. It's possible that his body just doesn't know how to handle all of that energy. I was trained at a young age to handle it, so I had a grasp on what I should be doing. It is possible that, unless trained, someone's mind could be lost in the sea of time. Perhaps, I suppose, but that is a topic for another day. I returned to the deck of the ship, keeping a watchful eye on my comrades. On my watch, they would never meet the grisly fate that Hal had witnessed. For a moment, I decided to stare into the sea, watching the waves and ripples. I could have looked ahead, to the future, towards Alarenthia, our final destination. But for a moment, I considered looking away from the path we've set in stone. The sea continues to move, living a life of its own despite our interference. Good time. Giving you the biggest hug, Ruki. You're also good people. Wow. Is that the nerdy Fen? Hey Fen, how are you? I wish it wouldn't stop every time. I just want to sit and listen to it. Ortem paces around the deck of the ship, deep in thought. Everything changed over the last few days, so this was insane. I hope he's handling it well. I better go and see how he's doing.
Hey there, Monarch. There's something that's been driving me insane. You know how we were all freaking out about Valenorth?
Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm glad you're well.
Without the heat from the spirits, it'd freeze over and die. I mean, we believed it, but right now, it doesn't make any sense. The spirit realm is a prison, right? Nothing mystical or beneficial. It matches up with what people outside of Valenorth were saying. We were just superstitious and lived in a unique location. The monarchy gave us visions, and nothing more. We'll have to ask Howl the moment we get the chance. If it's like I think it is, then Valenorth will be fine. No risk at all. As hard as these truths are to believe, they do have their benefits.
In talking to me, he stopped his pacing, and he looks happy. It's true that a lot of our beliefs were shattered, but that's not a bad thing. A new understanding of the world gave us a new angle to tackle our problems from.
At least it'll make my leadership of Valenorth a lot easier. The one major problem I had to take care of, completely eliminated. I couldn't ask for anything better. It's almost like one last gift from the spirits. Let's just hope we get lucky like that in Alarinthia. Securing an alliance with barbarians sounds super difficult. They're stubborn in their tradition, just like Valenorth is known to be. But their tradition isn't steeped in the spirits like ours was. At the end of the day, will they even care about any of this? They almost live a world away, untouched by our problems. No point worrying about things out of our control, right? Maybe we should talk about something we do have power over. Remember that climbing gear Pro gave me money for? Well, check it out.
Did he get the gear? Aw. He wanders over to the bag on the deck and reaches inside. A few moments later, he produces some clawed metallic objects. It appears that there's one pair for your feet and one for your hands.
They're adjustable, so you can wear them no matter what. You don't need to look for a foothold anymore. You can make them yourself. As long as you're strong enough, there's nothing you can't climb, Monarch. I know what I'm doing as soon as we get back. I'm heading to Valenorth and climbing the Grand Tree. I want you to join me. It'll be a good place for you to learn. I know what you're thinking, though. Why would I learn to climb on something so difficult? Well, you have gear now. I never did. It's a huge advantage. The only thing holding you back will be your energy. But with everything we've been through, this should be simple. I think it'll only take a few hours to climb, if I'm totally honest. I'll bring us a backpack with a bunch of water. Or maybe we should split that over 2 backpacks. Don't want to make one of us carry too much weight.
He puts the climbing gear back in the bag, clearly excited. It's a breath of fresh air to hear him talk about this stuff so passionately. Everybody else is so concerned about the war, it's nice to just push that aside.
Besides, it's a pretty unique date destination, isn't it? Not many people can say they've been to the top of the Grand Tree. It's something special, you know, to match how special you are to me.
Oh, he's so cute! He's so cute! I don't think I've seen him this excited in a long time. For a moment it feels like all of my worries have simply washed away. They slipped into the ocean, becoming nothing more than gentle ripples. Ortem starts to walk around the ship again and stretch his body. It's almost like he was preparing for a marathon of a lifetime. Of course, this had been a long-time dream of his after all.
I know there's so much danger in our future, but there's happiness too, you know? Lots to look forward to in the end. Besides, I doubt I'll be key to our Alarinthian alliance, so in the meantime, there's not really anything else I can do. I've been practicing my climbing on the netting of the ship. People are worried that I'll fall off, but I tell them not to worry. It's very rare that I fall off, and I usually shake it off pretty quickly. I saw some of them get together and make some betting pools. It's a pretty boring voyage, so they make their own entertainment. I suddenly start to know why pirates enjoy fighting and gambling so much. When you're out at sea, there's just nothing much to do. It's pretty crazy. I'd go insane if I were a pirate. I just know it. After this war, I think I want to settle down on the mainland. Sailing isn't for me. I can say that with absolute certainty.
I'm not sure this life is for me either. It's just different. Valinor was a completely different atmosphere than any of this. Even Mazea was a bit of a culture shock to me and my friends. I can't even imagine what Alarenthia and Balteus will be like. Right? I look off to the horizon. We must still be pretty far away. There's no sight of land ahead. How much further to go?
Sorry for rambling on, but yeah, there's nothing else to do. I bet the other people will be able to keep your interest longer. But before you go, I have just one question to ask you.
He stops stretching and walks right up to me with a sly smirk.
Do we make it to the top or do we fail? What's your bet, Monarch? And no refusing. We're on a pirate ship, so we need to act like pirates.
I say we make it all the way to the top and make history.
Optimism? I love it. The other pirates didn't share that trait. They seem to actually look forward to failure. Though I guess that would be fun to watch. Can you imagine if I fell on the netting into the sea? They'd probably stand by and laugh rather than help. Oh, I know! A kiss! Loser has to kiss the winner. And yes, I totally rigged it. This way, I win no matter what.
Wow. With a smirk and a wink, he quickly runs off on his way. Full of energy, it seems. Or perhaps he's going stir crazy. I don't blame him. Being stuck at sea was with nothing else to do. I guess our goal was clear. We'd climb the grand tree. That is, if we even made it back from Alarenthia in one piece. His ability to focus on the positive stuff during war is admirable. Admirable is, if not a bit naive. Hopefully I could join in his positivity. But this blade on my back, both literally and figuratively, weighs me down. I might leave it on the surface when we climb. Yeah, that would make things easier. A lot easier. Vortem's loyalty scene is now available when you return to the mainland. The game will notify you when you have access to the loyalty scene system. Loyalty scenes can be initiated by clicking the character at the war table. I love him. I love his enthusiasm. I see Pro sitting at one of the beds, striking a match. He uses it to light some nearby candles, creating a laid-back atmosphere. The candle slowly fills the crew quarters with a sweet aroma, very relaxing.
Hey there, Monarch. Perfect timing, actually. I wanted to talk to you. I thought we could get to know each other a little better. Unfortunately, our time was cut short back at the Rebel HQ. But this is a long voyage, with no need to cut any corners. So, wanna have a seat? We can get things started. The candles are supposed to be relaxing, something about aromatherapy. I never really looked into it, but I'm scared of water, so I needed help.
Oh. I sit down beside Pro on the bed, already one fact richer. So he was scared of water. He must not be having much fun. It makes me wonder what else I don't know about him. He's a mystery.
You should tell me about yourself, Monarch. And this is because I'm genuinely interested, I swear. Whatever you tell me, I'll never write down in any books. That's what friends do, right? Confide in each other? I know I always talk about writing books and conducting interviews, but the truth is, this time, I want to keep things between the two of us.
Aw, that's so sweet. I nod and tell him a random fact about myself, nothing harmful, just small. He smiles and we start to exchange facts about each other. He seems really happy. The pressure not to write any of this down and treat me like a subject must be relieving.
Everyone always treats me with such apprehension, you know? Like, anything they tell me, I'll turn around and use it against them. That is a part of my business, but it's not like I want to do things that way. I hope people don't treat me that way after the war is over. I'm quitting this swindler's life as soon as I get the chance. I'll still write, but I won't use information as a weapon. Ever. Instead, I'll use it to help those in need. You know, I've done it before and it feels good. Information can either be a sharp knife or a warm embrace. Weird metaphor, I know. But like I said, I'm no fiction writer. I prefer to focus on stuff that's real, like people and their actions. They ripple outwards, affecting people in ways they'd never know. Of course, that's something that applies to normal people. There's nothing normal about you, Monarch. No offense, of course. You're going to be in charge of the entire world after this war is over.
Wow, talk about putting the pressure on. Pro senses this and changes the subject.
Can I tell you a little secret? Maybe it'll make you see things differently. You know, so you won't picture me as a bad person. I can tell that a lot of people do, even if they don't say it. But all I'm doing is helping Domik win this war in the best way I can. It's not my fault I'm like this. All I can do is play with the hand I've been dealt.
Thank you, Noisy. He smiles, but suddenly a wave of fear overtakes my entire body. I shut my eyes tightly as the last phrase echoes through my mind. Where did I hear that before? Oh right, during my visions. When I first touched the Blade of Exodus back in Valinor. A series of visions ended with me getting stabbed by a man. A man that unfortunately I'm now able to identify as Pro. He lets out a soft laugh and rests his hand behind his head, laying back. My heart beats incredibly fast as this revelation slowly processes itself in my head. The final vision the monarchy had given me was of Pro betraying all of us. What's going on? Why would he do that?
There was this little boy who got abandoned by his parents. He didn't know why, and that hurt him so much. Maybe they just didn't want him. But why? What did he ever do to them? It made no sense, and he hated that. He had to grow up on the streets, living on the scraps that other people threw away. It wasn't just his parents, you know. It almost seemed like nobody wanted him at all. That just made things worse. Can you imagine feeling unwanted by the world?
Haha, Sin. If only. Sin, how are you doing? As he starts telling me this story, the anxiety slowly dissipates. Pro was a swindler, right? Maybe he was only pretending to kill me. I don't think Pro could hurt me. There must be a deeper meaning here.
He started to pick up on people's secrets. You know, just little things. After a while, he found out that people would pay anything to learn these secrets. As a teenager, he used this ability to live a luxurious life of gluttony and sloth.
Right? Damn. Sin.
He knew secrets that could topple cities or destroy people's relationships. But none of that gave him satisfaction, because there was one thing he never knew. Why his parents abandoned him. Why they didn't want him. Did he deserve it? It was too humiliating to admit, so he made up another story. His parents died during the occupation. That was much less embarrassing. Everybody believed him, and that helped him fit in with a new group of people. This new group of people, the rebellion, wanted to use his skills for good. They accepted him with open arms, which is something nobody had ever done before. He knew he found his place in the world, and since then, he served his new family. He keeps prodding the locals for information, picking up all sorts of secrets. He wants to know why people do the things they do, and what motivates them. He does this so nobody has to suffer like he did. Simply not knowing the reason.
This poor boy. I know she starts to get sad and tears are forming in his eyes. He's talking about himself. He's the boy in the story, I can tell. Perhaps telling me as if it were a story made it easier for him.
Everybody thinks this guy is bad. A blackmailer and a swindler. He might be right, but it's just how he grew up. He had no control. He had nobody to show him how to act. Nobody to care or love him. Until the rebellion took him in, of course. I'm sure you already guessed it, but that boy is me. All my actions, however bad, have had a reason. I want to keep going until I learn about my parents. Where are they now? Why did they throw me away? If they weren't proud of me, then would they be proud now? I hope you can understand. I really do. I'd do anything to learn where they are right now. I'd follow any order. I just want to see them face to face and finally learn the reason why. That's why I threw myself into this world of secrets and trickery. I thought that if I kept going, maybe one day I'd learn the truth. I guess we'll find out before this war is over. Right, Monarch?
I nod and give him a soft smile. It meant a lot that he opened up to me. It must suck to not know the truth of something like that. I can't even imagine. But it explains why he's so obsessed with learning about actions and motivations. We talked for a bit longer, about nothing important, before parting ways. Perhaps he wanted to ease the tension in the room after dropping those facts. After we're done, he seemed happy, and we seemed closer. There was no loss here today. I step towards Valessa, who has her hands on the ship's railings. She seems lost in thought, but who wouldn't be after recent events? Careful not to startle her, I simply stand beside her and rest my hands too.
You know, for once I thought things were going well. We had an army, and it seemed like our objective was clear, but they outsmarted us. They caught us off guard. We were careless. They always say to be cautious if things are going too well, especially in war. We got blinded by the victory we thought we secured. Nobody thought to question our course of action, or Domic's orders. And to top it all off, you don't need a scribe anymore. Vortim gets to lead our nation, and I'm left with nothing? That's hardly fair. Now I have no idea what to do with myself. I just wish things could be clear, like they used to be. When things were difficult, our future was certain. We don't even know if we can secure this alliance. Really? Are you sure about that, Monarch? You have a world to save. You can't just focus on me. Another mistake would mean the end of our cause, permanently. I mean, that's why I haven't really had time to think about romance. What good is planning my future if I might not even be alive next week? That would just lead to heartbreak. Heartbreak could be catastrophic.
We let out a loud sigh as we stare off into the horizon. The slow rocking of the ship pushes us closer together. With the distance closed, I can hear her more clearly. There's definitely more on her mind, I can tell. But I can't force her to open up, so I stand there in silence. My ears are open to her, as long as she decides to speak.
I was so lost in thought, I couldn't sleep last night. I decided to help Alex prepare the ship for our voyage. We got to talking, and he told me something shocking. I'm not even sure if I should tell you this, Monarch, but I guess it's something you deserve to know. Remember how those people recognized us?
You must be talking about Grizz and Grayson. They both recognized us when we first met.
They recognized us too. Immediately. I assumed it's because they knew our parents. But then they told me how they knew them.
She closes her eyes and looks up at the sky.
Our parents were pirates, Monarch. Feared, hated, legendary pirates. Sure explains their trips to Mazeo.
Huh. I had a feeling there was more to it, that they were possibly pirates.
At first I didn't believe it. I was lost in denial, but they kept telling me more, and I had to accept it. I always pictured our parents as these perfect untarnished people.
I mean, it's kind of harsh to think of pirates as just tarnished, you know?
But they were killers. They broke the law. They pillaged. They were part of the reason the Triumvirate launched the occupation. I know what you're going to say. They wanted the idol. Piracy was a cover. And while you may be right, the excuse was still valid. At the end of the day, piracy was running rampant throughout Museo. Our parents played a part in giving them this perfect excuse. Don't you see? And in doing so, they are partly responsible for all of those deaths. We always thought they were innocent victims. But were they really? Honestly, I doubt I'll be doing much sleep tonight either, Monarch.
She lets out another sigh, even more exasperated than the last one.
Let's sum it up, shall we? There's no more spirit realm. Our belief system was shattered. Almost the entire rebellion was killed in action. We were tricked. And to top it all off, I'm the daughter of some ruthless pirate killers. How am I supposed to process all of this? How will you? Your parents, my parents, Fortune's parents, all 6 of them. They're not the people we thought they were. What do we do?
Without saying anything, I step closer and hold her hand. She grips it tightly, and they both rest on the wooden rails of the ship. Moments later, however, she takes a few steps closer to me. Placing her head on my shoulder, she wraps her free arm around mine. Hugging it tightly, I can feel her tremble as emotions well up within her. How she feels is understandable. She's going through so much right now.
I'm just so lost, Monarch.
Honestly, part of me feels the same way. In that moment, there's nothing left to say. We stare off into the ocean together. This was a turning point in all of our lives. How we handled things would define who we became. Our conversation ends with that thought, bringing both hope and despair. I make my way down to the ship cabin and see Ulrich sitting on the bed. At least whatever passes for a bed aboard a somewhat cramped ship. He's sharpening his sword, clearly exerting himself as he does so.
Hey there, Monarch. As you can see, I'm getting ready for combat. I give it 2 days before we are dragged into conflict. They don't use words to resolve things in Alarinthia. It's always a duel or a tournament. That's all they do. When we are there, we might as well speak their language.
He smirks, as if the promise of action is exciting to him. He did hate Alarinthia, but he also loved combat. It was his nature. Hopefully he'd get to tackle a challenge worthy of his skills while we were there.
Gotta make the most of a bad situation, right? I'll get to give my sword arm a real challenge. What about you, Monarch? Excited for this?
Fighting side by side with you, that's a dream come true.
Glad to hear. I like that in a partner. Making change together. Now that's amazing. Not everybody would be so brave, you know. It's almost overwhelming to think about, actually. I have the support of the Monarch of Alestia. There's almost nothing we can't accomplish now. But I'm guessing you didn't come down here for a lecture. Have a seat. There's something I'd like to talk to you about.
I nod and sit down beside him. He slowly rests his hand on top of mine and holds it. So much has happened since the last time we were together.
I don't want to scare you, and I'm not really hiding anything. But we are about to go to my homeland. You might hear things. Can you promise me something, Monarch? No matter what happens. Remember me for the things I've done for you and the rebellion. No matter what you hear about me or my past, please, don't judge me. I wouldn't judge you based on your past, so I expect the same from you.
Ooh. I nod. I can afford him that courtesy, as long as he's not hiding anything heinous. But he doesn't seem like the type. He truly devoted his life to the same cause as me.
Good. Then that's pretty much everything I had to say. I was really worried. I wasn't sure how to handle the topic. So rather
Cheat
than
just
overthinking it,
resubscribed
I
for
just
30
shot straight.
months. Scrum
Thank you.
Doggo, my bestest friend, the Scrum Doggo, the sprinkles, the doggo that makes the best doggo, the happy doggo. Yes, the Scrum Doggo makes me a happy doggo. Sheep type.
Oh. Sheep, sweet, comfy headphones. You're so sweet. You're so lovely. You're so kind, and it's always a vibe when I get a chance to hang around with you. I appreciate you bunches. Thank you so much for the tier 1 for 30 months. I cannot believe we're closing in on 3 years. Thank you for the love and support. How are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely week so far.
Good. Then that's pretty much everything I had to say. I was really worried. I wasn't sure how to handle that topic. So rather than overthinking it, I just shot straight. Thank you.
Ooh, can you order me something? That sounds nice.
It was especially hard since we're kind of involved now. Is that the right word for what we are? I don't really know. After what we did back in Museo, I think it's a safe term.
Yeah. Where are you ordering from? So I know. Also, yeah, I've been doing pretty good. I've been really enjoying Winds of Change, even though my brain feels like it's been on fire. Do they have tendies? Can I get some tendies and fries?
I don't want to complicate things, so I'll just be quiet. But don't think I've forgotten about what happened. If we get the time, I'd like for it to happen again.
Ooh. Ooh.
But I doubt we'll be able to do that on this ship. You can't even breathe without someone else hearing it. I have my ways of keeping quiet, but I wouldn't want to get caught.
That's fair, Ulrich. We'll wait until private quarters. God, some blanks still in there. He gave me another one of those trademark smirks. I get the feeling that he really does use alcohol as a social crutch. It's much more open and lively while under the influence. Is that bad? I guess it's not my place to say, as long as it doesn't get in the way of his duty. Something told me that our visit to Alarinthia would put him in the spotlight more than ever. I get up from the bed and turn around to face him. He continues working his sword.
Sorry I didn't have much to say. I guess I'm a little shy. But it'll all make sense in time. I can promise you that. When that time comes, you need to keep your promise.
He's really pushing the promise thing. Should I be concerned? I'd hate for him to use it as leverage. Some horrible secret comes to light. Thankfully, I see Ulrich as a good person. He wouldn't hide anything bad from us. Like he said, it'll all make sense in time. All I can really do is go about my business and wait. Too bad there wasn't enough privacy to have some more fun. Something told me we'd make up for that the next time we had the chance. Oh, trust me. He's still my favorite. He's still my favorite by far.
You are not my father.
Do you say this to inform us, or to console yourself?
Huh?
This question was self-explanatory.
It's just... I should be mad at you. Furious. You defile the memory and likeness of my father.
Miles, I don't think it's intentional, like... But okay.
Do we? It seems that Salus was an honorable man. Are we not carrying out his final wishes?
What?
The freedom of Alestia. The destruction of the Triumvirate. When you look at it that way, it seems as if we defile nothing.
New donation from Shripe.
I don't know.
Stripe, thank you for the donation. You didn't have to, you dork. Oh my god. Hold on. Stripe, I appreciate it. Thank you. He bought me a biscuit. Yes, thank you. Please go away. Good God. Stripe, thank you. Oh, whoa, notices your Ko-Fi. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god. So silly. But thank you. I really do appreciate it. There was TTS. I tried setting it up, so I don't know why it didn't play it. It's a little finicky, it seems, apparently.
What are you wishing to know?
I want to know how I should feel right now. This is just so bizarre. I have no idea what to do. Back in Valinor, things were so simple and easy.
Why must you do anything? You could mull over this development for years, you know. At the end of the day, you should do something more useful.
Like what?
This is not for us to decide, but have no worries. We will take care of this body, and using it, we will do everything we can to honor your father.
Thank you. I'll let you know if I think of anything. This might take a while for me to understand.
Very well, but please remember this. Lack of understanding is not a fault. In fact, it can be a strength. You flourished even though you did not know the truth of the spirits.
That is true. That is true. I'm glad you actually finally had the
You're
option.
Right. I think I need some time alone. I'll be down in the crew quarters, Hal.
Alright, so we got all that done. I don't think there's any other interactions here. Alrighty, those sweet beans. I think that is where we're going to wrap up the stream for tonight. Thank you, Beans, for being here, and thank you for all the love and support. It has been a wonderful day. I hope you guys enjoyed the crazy that this game has taken a turn for. And I can't wait to see what happens next week.